Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Pork and Bean Show, starring Pork Cunningham and the world's handsomest man, Frank Oliver Baines. Sit back, relax, and enjoy as we take you on a deep dive into the enigma known as Sasquatch and other paranormal phenomena.
It's a hard world to get a break in, and the good things have been taken. But girl, there are ways to make certain things pay. Oh, I'm dressed in these rags, I will sable someday. Hear what I say, I'm gonna ride the serpent. No more time spent sweating rent. Hear my command, I'm breaking loose. It ain't no use me down. Stick around, but baby, remember, it's my life and I'll do what I want. It's my life and I'll think what I want. Show me I'm wrong, have me some time, but someday you'll treat me real fine. Now there'll be women and a fortune who just want to mother orphans. Are you gonna cry when I'm squeezing them dry? Taking all I can get, no regrets. When I openly lie, I love the money. Believe me, honey, that money. Can you believe? I ain't no saint, no complaints. So girls, throw me out. Any doubt? And baby, remember, it's my life and I'll do what I want. It's my mind and I'll think what I want. Show me I'm wrong, have me some time, but someday you'll treat you real fine.
Okay, so that's just recording for whatever.
Oh, well.
Not on the show yet.
Okay, I clicked got it.
Whoop.
That means we're going live. We're live screaming on live streaming.
Live screaming.
October 12th, 2020.
Dude, October 11th.
I know, this is wacky tobacco. Something going on there.
Okay, Port. He's giving you the word.
Okay, wacky tobacco.
And where are we going here? See, oh yeah. That's really cool. Are you what's going on here? Are you starting inside the Hootie Done It? Oh no, I see what you're doing.
What?
The show is starting in 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16. There's this kind of funny thing that's going on. But it does say Ed Smith, pork and beans.
Edward? Should be Edward.
No,
Ed Smith.
no, Ed. We just call you Ed.
The live video has not started. That's kind of cool. That's what it says on Facebook.
No, I know. I'm just gonna do it right now.
Oh, it's supposed to be starting now.
No, it's going to.
I've never seen that. This meeting is being live streamed.
Live streaming.
Got it. Screamed.
Ah!
Oh.
Oh, Werewolves of London.
Yeah.
Out. You know that one? Yeah, I like that song.
Got it.
So where is Mr. Beef Wellington?
Maybe we ought to have a key name for me, but nah.
Yeah, we'll come up with one before the show's over, okay?
Okay, yeah, we'll figure out something.
Pinky Dudright.
Paranormal
Hell
Pants.
no. Hell no.
Pinky Dudright?
No, Dudley Do Right.
Well, that's a Canadian guy. You can't steal him.
Eh?
What's your big stick there, Edward Smith? Are you a paranormal guy, UFO guy, a living legend in your own time guy, or what are you?
He's a nut.
Well, I'm more of a. I've been contacted by Ari, so I'm special. I'm a ufologist.
So you're saying this is going to be a special needs show?
No, they call
yeah.
it special ed.
Special needs.
We're extremely special.
That's
Hey, there's wait a minute, hold on.
Change the name to special ed.
Hey, everybody. Just before I introduce everybody, I gotta change.
Hey, Port, Mr. Ed, remember?
Mr. Ed.
Horse is a horse, a course, and no one can talk to a horse. Of course, that is a course, unless the horse is the famous Mr. Ed. What's the rest of it?
That gave Kevin a nice new intro. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, guys.
It's not Kevin. Beef Wellington. I'm just changing.
Oh, you got to change my name. That's right.
Yeah, we're going to put me down as Mr. Ed. Get that one done, Pork.
You can put the famous Mr. Ed. That might help.
Hey, there you go. Famous.
Did I miss the memo?
Famous Mr. Ed.
What is this shirtless thing?
Wilbur.
That was fantastic, Brian.
Was it?
No, that was fantastic. Yes.
Thank you. By the way, we're doing the show nude, Kevin. I mean,
Yeah.
Beef. So.
You can go ahead and do that if you want. I think I'm just going to stay the way I am. Thanks.
Yeah, well, do you want me to stand up now?
Just ignore him.
I'll tell you what. If you're not going to play along, I'm putting my shirt on.
Yeah,
Damn it.
me too.
Fantastic. Good idea.
If that's the way you want to be.
Space Force or Space Fart? Okay, there you go.
So I got a little story about Space Force. I visited Space Force in Hawaii when we were there, not this last time, but the time before.
Oh.
It was fantastic.
What is it, like Walt Disney or something?
No, it's a military installation. They don't let you on. They've got armed guards. It's like out in the middle of nowhere on the north shore of Oahu is one of their bases. And if you look up at the hillside, you see all of their radar equipment.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it is fantastic. And then you see they've got just one little structure, but you know that it's built into the hillside so that it's bigger than what it looks like. But what a place to be stationed, right? That'd be actually pretty cool.
By the way, are you still doing your workouts there, Beef?
Me? Yeah. Well, okay.
Okay, well check out Ed's
My
pipe.
son-
Give us a pipe show, Ed.
Woo!
Huh?
Yeah.
Gun show.
Gun show. That's right, gun show.
I got Space Force guns.
Hey, by the way, your internet stinks there, Beef.
Yeah, I need to restart the router, so I might disappear and do that.
Why don't you do that? And
Okay. I'll be back.
come on back.
Space Force hat looked like an ejaculating penis.
Woo! There, you went there, didn't you?
Well, as long as it doesn't suck.
Okay, now that Beef is gone, we can talk about him. What do you think of
Okay.
that?
Yeah, I've just met him.
I'm not a fan. No, I'm just joking. Hey, everybody. My name is Pork
You couldn't
Cunningham.
wait to tell everybody that he's been to Hawaii recently and just like hanging out with the movie stars. That was the first thing out of his mouth, you notice?
Yeah, that's one of those guys.
Rub it in. He wants to rub it in to all the pedestrians.
He's one of those name droppers, like,
Yeah.
oh, I hung out with this guy.
When I was in
Yeah.
Maui,
Okay, can I introduce the show?
Why not?
Hello, everybody. My name is Pork Cunningham, and
I'm
I'm here
Frank
with the
Oliver
world.
Beans.
And I'm Mr. Ed.
Hold on a second, guys. I need just a little silence just for a couple. Ed. Hello, everybody. My name is Pork Cunningham, and I'm joined by my guest host, the world's handsomest man, Frank Oliver Baines. And this is the Pork and Bean Show, and welcome
I'm
aboard, everybody.
tongue-tied.
Our special guest today is Edward Smith, who I like to call Eddie,
Hey, Brian.
my friend Eddie, or Ed. Oh no, you wanted to be called Edward. Edward.
It's fine. Either way, as long as it's not late to lunch.
Edward Smith. That sounds like actually
A real name.
aristocratic.
Yeah, it's sort of, I just don't have an answer for all this.
What is your lineage? Are you English?
English, Irish, primarily in the lineage.
Irish, huh?
Mother's side goes back
You ever been to
to,
Ireland?
yes. My mother's side, we have the Butler crest. It came from the Queen's Court. And so they have lineage going back to around the Battle of Hastings, 1066, with William the Bastard and William the Conqueror. And that's why a lot of us have his genealogy, because he sired about half the land once he conquered them. My father's side are really nice people too. They were all the horse thieves and, escapees from the revenue.
Yeah. What part of the country were you emerged from?
I emerged from my mother's womb, actually, and I was really quite concerned.
Wow, that's cool.
It was a moving experience until they cut the umbilical, and I forgot my camera. So
Yeah.
But no, Eastern United States, Frank, and most of the family is back east, and this will also appear on my website. That's copyable, right, Pork?
Well,
Yeah,
I
you
don't
have to
know.
steal it. You have to steal it. Don't take it from Facebook because they do something with the sound. But you go to
Yeah.
it'll go onto YouTube probably tomorrow,
That's
or
it.
Yeah.
Well,
Once
once it's on YouTube,
and it'll have an extra hour of fluff from Brian edit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Once it goes onto YouTube, I'll share it with you.
Oh, sure. Just let me know, and then I'll write a short article about the latest show.
So basically, you're descended from crooks.
One half, just one half. The other side's from conquerors that weren't married.
Conquerors and crooks.
Hey, it's a CC count, So anyway, yeah, no, it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for inviting me for it, and it's ufology is my bag, and this is something that once I retired, I began writing, and universaldigest.com is the newly rebuilt website. I got away from the Far Eastern handlers and hosts, because when I found out that India and China were pretty much allies now, it became more difficult to tell the truth, because there's a last bastion of freedom, I think, is still called the United States of America, of which we will be discussing today. So, but ufology has been something of interest because of my direct experience and multiple experiences over the years.
Yeah.
And I've met a number of really incredible people, public figures and otherwise. And some things I can name on the case studies I've conducted over the last 8 years now, which some were 1-2 months in the making. My longest was the Rendlesham Forest incident and what happened afterwards. That was a 5-year case study and 2 trips to England to complete.
That whole story took a long time to unpack because it was like went on for days and there was all kind of levels to it. Yeah.
Oh, you mean Rendlesham?
Yeah, I mean, wasn't just like one afternoon. It went on a couple of days before and 2 or 3 days after, and all kind of weird stuff was going on there.
Well, Frank, actually, it went to December 26th, 27th, 28th of 1980 were the initial witness accounts, as well as being visited, and we'll cover a bit of that in your show.
I actually heard rumors that there was a Sasquatch sighting in that same not at the same time, but there was a Sasquatch sighting, which is kind of rare for England.
Well, yes, they're mostly foxes and badgers, and so getting Sasquatch in there is like a crowded forest.
No, they have them, just not very many.
No, and rightfully so. The one that Pork introduced me to, and it required approval first. And Pork and I have been working on this together, and I've had the pleasure of experiencing his clan, Ari. And
yeah, I was going to say, like James Brown, Papa's got a brand new bag lately, right? Well, I mean, with the Sasquatch experiences. So did you want to talk about that first, or do you want to?
No, briefly. We can start from a historical perspective of, how I got started. If you,
okay.
Yeah,
Let's do that.
I never heard that before.
Well, thank you. Yeah, my first sighting was actually a craft that appeared over Dobbins Air Force Base, since I graduated high school in the Atlanta, Georgia area. And I was out with my telescope. If you remember the old Echo satellite that came after Sputnik, this was around it was in October 1967. And I was using my telescope, watching the Echo satellite travel overhead. And then I looked off in the distance, kind of to the northwest, and the moon was over in that area, and a craft showed up, a luminous craft. It was pretty far up in the air, so I couldn't really tell you the size of it. But I'm a firm believer now that all the beings, and I'm a firm believer too, that the universe is teeming with life, that when these beings came, they came very near Dobbins Air Force Base over and zigzagged up and around before they left. I barely had the time. My mom was in the laundry room at the back of the house, and all I could say was, "Hey, Mom," and about 10 seconds and it was gone. But we've talked about it numerous times, but that was something that could not be taken away as an experience. And it prompted, more activity over the years. And I've met some during that time. Workaday world, once I retired, I really went all earnest into writing. The one being that I saw was in the Gardena, California area in 1986. And it was a tall white, and this was long before Men in Black. And this was one of my last experiences. I had 2 since, so there's been about 6. But this being, I saw who it was, rather gaunt features, almost 7 feet tall. So I laid down on my horn, and I pointed at the being and said, "Aha, I see you're not a human." And that's when I felt the telepathy hit. So I'll put it this way, it was a strong enough direction to me that, if you, everything's okay, but if you keep up that racket, something's going to happen. So I went by, pretty quiet as I drove by the being, and But these are things you can't take away. And also in my research over the years, I've never expected anyone who has not had an experience or being an experiencer like Pork here with Sasquatch, Ari. You can't expect someone to just buy in or believe. You need as much evidence as possible. And yet a lot of my research with these case studies, there was a common denominator, and that was that, look, I'm just telling you the truth. I want the message to get out. I don't care if I'm believed or not. That's when I pretty much said, okay, this is a real deal. So that since 2014, I had been writing and conducting case studies. And as of right now, I've got enough for about 3 books. So those are in progress, an ongoing process. And I just changed and got new websites. I've written over 500 articles, and now I've only got about 24 online at the moment. But it's a very nice, stable website, and I have a web developer friend that is marvelous. She's really helped me a lot because working with WordPress and those types of things by yourself for many years is so labor intensive that's part of the reason the hair's gray and a lot of it's missing now.
Yeah. By the way, can I borrow your friend? I got to set up a website for my book.
Sure. Oh, absolutely. I'll be glad to.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. She's running probably now well over 10 or 15 websites, and she's good, honest person, very reasonable, and I'll put you two in contact.
Oh, it's not free?
Either was your book.
Yeah.
So who are the Men in Black, Eddie?
Great movies. That's about all I know. I mean, the one I saw was dressed the same way, about 10, 15 years before the general public knew about Men in Black. It's like it touts as a secret organization, covert, to protect the world. I don't know much of anything about that, except that was the term that became a coined term in the movie industry, and very entertaining. But to me, is personally plausible. With the experiences that we've had in life, it doesn't faze me one way, shape, or other that we are in contact and have been for quite a while.
Yeah. So where do you want to go? You want to talk about the Illuminati? You were asked to join the Illuminati, and then you were saying that there's the real Illuminati and the people are the ones that people think of the Illuminati that aren't. So you want to get into that a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, we can cover that. The original Illuminati was Bavarian. So from Bavaria, and there was a gentleman named Adam Weishaupt, and he lived from like 1748 to 1830. And the purpose of the Illuminati originally, and I think there are some Masonic connections, and I have Masonic friends, and I was actually a D-Malay when I was younger, but I didn't continue on up in Masonry. So the Illuminati their main focus was to end and or stop corruption in various governments in the world. From my understanding right now, there are other groups claiming to be Illuminati, but the original Illuminati were Bavarian, and Adam had created this to end corruption, and that's, of course, the Freemasonry and other secret societies. It was also a secret society. They were, religious critics, but they were very conservative in nature, and but they did stay secret. So when I was contacted, and I have another friend who's also an author that has been contacted, I've steered clear of it. I've got plenty on my plate right now that, if that's their bag, then let them roll with it. That, we all have our own shtick and what we want to do in life. If the ones who are good and they're helping to maintain honest governments, all more power to them. There are some that may not be, but I really don't know that much about them other than what I just told you.
So the original Illuminati, because they have a bad reputation, like they're like, you know, like they're so their original intent was actually good to stop
Yeah,
corruption.
it was. They talk about New World Order and how that conspiracy theory, which there's a lot more credence to it than people may want to know, because it is actually being used in what we have discussed previously, that is happening in our world right now, and it's a global situation. And no, I personally don't think it's good, but they're looking for this New World Order, which could be displayed as maybe how to properly control the human population. The United States is built on a solid constitution. And the people who framed the Constitution were from England, who were fighting the tyranny there, or the monarchy, we'll call it. And I have a lot of association with people in England right now, and I love the country, I love the people, but it is, much more socialist in nature. And that's why you're seeing the present attacks in general on the United States of people who are trying to end the nation of freedom as it was after the Revolutionary War and the subsequent wars ending in the Korean War and the Vietnam War. I don't think that I'm not a fan of the New World Order. I'm a fan of freedom and the people's ability to pursue happiness, to be free, to be able to say what they want to say, which we can still say here, at least for now. And that's where I stand. We were talking about it earlier, Port, that a lot of the people who are touting New World Order, and unfortunately in the free world, there's also a lot of corruption. And we've seen, like through the COVID crisis and this, that, and the other, a lot of like activity happening in a global nature in multiple countries at one time. And I'm a firm believer that nothing happens by accident. And I've written about that as well. That they're trying this kind of global control. And the United States is the last country to effectively make that change. And if the United States loses its freedoms now, all bets are off.
And what do you think is going to happen in that regard? Do you think they are going to lose? Do you think you are going to lose your freedom, or do you think that's going to be fine?
I am hoping that it will be fine. And the people who are corrupt and on the take is becoming rather obvious. And because they're being so blatant these days, it's actually helping to wake up a lot of people. You and I have discussed that before, and which is a good thing. So that's where I could say, if the people can understand that people are out there blatantly buying their votes, it's an election year here, midterms in the United States, and they're trying to pay off people, higher wages for fast food. That's one of the recent things where the recent wage standard became $15 an hour in the United States. And now they are trying to make it $22 an hour in the fast food industry in California. And that is blatant vote buying, because you're taking millions of young people at entry-level jobs and saying, here, we're going to give you all this money, vote for me, in so many words. And if that works, then yes, all bets are off. But I personally believe that it's not time yet. I believe that we are still a good enough, solid, freedom-loving country that, if you've heard of the atomic clock, this is a good analogy. And we say, like, the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, and this guy Biden is saying, well, it's going to be Armageddon, Russia. It's been as dangerous as 1962. I'm here to tell you, as a history major and biology major, 1962 was very dangerous, and it came very close to nuclear war, much more so than I believe it is right now. So if the elections go well and the right people who are not, who have not succumbed or been paid off by the New World Odor, I call it. We got
New World Order. Yeah, I like that.
yeah, I know it smells, but there you are. I think we still got a shot left. What do you think, Beef Wellington?
About what? You've said a lot of things.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a tendency to do that. Okay, I'll be specific. Do you
Okay.
think, from where you are, do you think that freedom is going to still ring, or are we all in deep trouble?
Wow. That is a deep question because, I hear all these people talking about the new earth, new awakening, all that kind of stuff, ascension, blah, blah, blah. But the evidence of my eyes tells me something entirely different. And my gut instinct is something different. I don't know whether it's just a remnant of my fear-based approach to life that I used to have, or whether I'm actually accurately looking at things and making a good discernment that evil seems to be triumphing at the moment. I really think the new world order is pulling out all the stops to get a war going with, and I mean a nuclear war with Putin. I mean, that's what they wanted to do in the 2016 election before Hillary lost.
Right.
So yeah, I just look at this and go, I don't see this ascension thing happening. I know that Brian and I actually disagree on this. He's all sweetness and light and love, and I'm like, yeah, maybe not. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, we do disagree, but because I want to create, we have to create our own positive future, right? That's what we are creators. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I respect your opinion, but I actually feel that there is something positive coming. I feel different than I did a year ago or whatever. I do feel like light is coming myself, but I guess time will tell.
Well, Brian, I'm sorry, Port.
One more time, and the Gong Show where that big hook comes out?
No, I can leave right now. Watch this. No. I have that freedom. I'd like to.
I respect. By the way, I respect what Mr. Beef says, but luckily for me, I still have optimism, and I'm not. No, I'm just saying, lucky for me personally, because I'm still optimistic. I think that things are coming to light, and.
Oh, that's true for sure. Things are coming to light, and I think that there's a portion of the population that has shifted their perspective to the point where they at least are awake and can see and do want things to change. And they're no longer, I mean, the masses no longer are 100% asleep and just going along with whatever's being shoved down their throats.
I mean, yeah, even with what. Even with what I see, who's going to go?
You.
Okay. Even with what I've seen,
I'll go.
With the pandemic and whatever and that stuff, I've noticed people. They seem like they're a lot of people are seem way more kind, and it's like they've woken up to some stuff. A lot of people their attitudes seem to be different now. Not the zombie nation walking around like
right. And I agree with you.
But a lot of people are just like they're realizing that this is just a big charade and they're not putting up with it anymore. And it does seem like people are shifting their attitudes in a lot of cases. I'm not talking about the people who watch the 6 o'clock news every night religiously. I'm not talking about them.
Right. There is something I'd like to add, but I really want to hear.
Thanks, Ed. We're out of time. Thank you for appearing on the.
Nice. Yes, it's been a pleasure. Bye. So, well, Frank, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that the age of Kali Yuga is ending in 2025, and that the transition into the next age, which is not going to be the golden age, it's going to be the bronze age. But it's going to be way improved, and it's going to be a 300-year transition. So somewhere between these people who are expecting to advance into the fifth dimension in a weekend and 300 years, there's something in between those two. You know what I mean? So I'm thinking that we cannot change the world until we change our consciousness, and our consciousness right now is saturated in kings and wars and slavery and oppression and lies and all that kind of stuff that we don't like. But it's saturated, so from that saturated toxic uh, history, we can't conceive of the kind of a reality of a government of a gathering that we need that would be sustainable. Because if we just wiped out all the governments and then tried to start it up again, within 50 years it'd be back to exactly the way it is, because that's what's ingrained in us. That's what is our collectivism, because we have predatory schools, predatory parents, predatory banking institutions, predatory medicine, predatory media, and predatory internet. You see what I'm saying? And that's and we're resisting all that predatory stuff. And so even if we cut out the government or cut out a whole bunch of other things, or crash the economy or whatever, it's still ingrained in us. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. And I don't know about Cayuga or some of that, but I'll be honest and upfront for all to know. I'm more of an old school person. And Beef, this may hit well with you. I'm faith-based. I've done a lot of studies in various faiths. I'm not religious, but I have extreme faith, and found that a lot of what has transpired throughout history and in biblical history is common sense. It's not anything that is a mystery. And so many organizations, groups have made it a mystery when it's not. I think that watching the historical aspect of governments that you said, Frank, is quite simply this: how many people remember what history really teaches us? That's why we're in trouble again, because we're doomed to repeat it. What happened to the Roman Empire, one of the greatest empires on earth? They went bankrupt. They couldn't pay the generals and the armies to keep the barbarians away from their gates. So the Huns overran them after a while. And, then the countries have fallen. Most countries, by and large now, it's still nationalistic in the world. But if you'll notice that how governments are run, there are a lot of similarities. And when I've traveled to other countries, I still kiss the earth on the United States ground when I come back. God bless the United States is absolutely the truth. I think we still have time, but even if it is the time for dispensation, my personal belief is one based on history, common sense, what someone says and does as the truth, and without an agenda. And if it does come to that point, and Pork and I have discussed this before, he knows where I stand, intervention is going to be the word of the day. Because
you're talking about divine intervention. Are you talking about ET intervention, Sasquatch intervention, grassroots intervention? What kind of intervention are you talking
Probably
about?
all of them.
Yeah, thank you. Pork is right. We've discussed it. Frank, it is all the above. I said earlier in our broadcast that we are living in a time where this universe has been teeming and is teeming with life. There are different beings in different areas and locations, interdimensionally, interspatially, intergalactic, right around where we are here. And God, this is great. God is not some being with a silver beard or so sitting in the clouds throwing lightning bolts. That's some of the mythology. It's not like that. It's all-encompassing. One of the things I like saying that George Lucas did quite well is the Force. Well, we've got an eternal consciousness that guides and runs throughout the universe. So it doesn't really matter if it's ET or people living under the planet or in the oceans, which
I forgot about the people underground, the mole people.
Yeah, well, whatever they want to be called this week is okay with me. The thing is that they don't want to get blown up too. And if you start throwing around enough nukes, it's going to make a mess, and it can cause enough trouble. I'm a firm believer too that there are situations occurring that are a lot bigger than us, and we're studying it. When I hear this thing about climate change, oh, boo-hoo. If you look at what NOAA's put out or what this has put out, just look at the facts of where the sea levels really are. There's one thing I will say right now that's occurring I find extremely unique, and it's not cloud seeding or anything else. The sun has gotten brighter, a little bit outside of its normal 11-year cycle. And that can cause things to happen. There have been more EMPs, electromagnetic pulses. We're finding a little bit more proof that perhaps Mars got hit by a huge EMP that actually partially stripped some of its atmosphere and could have caused major trouble. It could have been other beings at war. I don't know. I mean, I do know some things, but I choose the old school method of, why don't you just quieten the internal mind, and these people that are going this new age and light and galactic federation of whatever, you might want to stop and think about what you're saying about what you know from evidential research, and not something that you hear or see on the internet and say, oh, that makes sense to me. Unfortunately, I see a number of people who are more wanting to be entertained than they are wanting to find the truth. Now that to me is scary.
Well, let me just say one thing to wrap, kind of put a bow on this kind of thing we're talking about. You see, the Sasquatch people taught me, like, the universe is like a big spider's web. We're all connected with strands of that web. And so we create our own reality. We affect everybody with our every thought and action. So that I think is a fact to me. So I'm going to try to create the most positive, loving outcome that I can. And that's the best thing that I can do, because, we're not powerless as individuals.
Right.
That's what is the lie, that, like, individuals think they're powerless, but no, we all have to do our little part to within that web. And the other thing is that I don't think the Sasquatch people and other benevolent people, that are doing the work that they're doing, are contacting us for no reason, especially when they know the future, the past, and the present, because it's not linear, right? So, right. I believe, I totally believe that there's hope, and that's what I want to create. Well,
you have, Brian, Port, and time to go. Sorry. Seriously speaking, so I'm sorry. Seriously, Port, you and I have discussed this at length, and we find that we're in agreement with each other, as opposed to discerning a different form of thought.
Well, no, I have to go, because that disappoints me.
And for the watching audience, we have so much fun making fun of things that it softens the blow. Synchronicity is real. The in-depth work on me learning more about Sasquatch and the situation and their interdimensional nature has come from you, Port, where it's helped me understand a lot. But in our other groups and talks that we have, we're finding more common denominators than we are dissension. And I believe in the synchronicity aspect too, that there's the positive nature of consciousness in our area of space, this galaxy, however you want to look at it, is positive. It is good, and we are connected. All you have to do is ask. And isn't that funny about different faiths? They've said, all you have to do is ask, and the door will be open to you. I have found that to be true in my case. I've asked to be better, to be a better person. My purpose in what I do is to help elevate the human condition and make people aware that there are diabolical forces at work. And as Beef has said, they pulled out all the stops, and that's exactly what we know. They're pulling out every stop they can to try to take over the world and make it in their image, not the true image of what eternity brings us. I mean, when you've got ex-presidents and other people, they're on their third and fourth mansions, and they're putting their mansions on the coast. Oh, gee, let's see. Global climate, global warming, and the seas are going to, fill up and drown us all in 12 years, as some of these people have said. Why are they building mansions on the coastline?
Yeah. Hey, so I hear so many. You've got some insiders that are obviously, and you don't want to tell us who they are, but you've learned a lot of things about who's pulling the strings and stuff like that.
Yes.
But I wanted to ask you one thing.
Mhm.
People say that President Kennedy, John F. Kennedy, was the last true president of the United States. Do you think that's true? And if so, why? And what happened? And why was he taken out?
No and no. Personally, he was a good president, and like other presidents, he had his shortcomings with women and things like that. Hey, big deal,
Well, that's
Humans,
humanity. That's just
that's
me.
humanity. He was a good president because he stood up against socialism and communism, and he stood strong when the Russians were sending nuclear missiles to Cuba under Fidel Castro, and he told them, if you send those missiles and they land in Cuba, I'm going to blow you up. And he meant it. But yes, he knew about not only extraterrestrials, then we can go back to Ike Eisenhower on some of that. Um, he knew and wanted to expose some of the negative aspects that were actually putting the thumb down on humanity, on just innocent people that just want to get along in their life, have a family, get a nice job, and enjoy it until they retire, and then they pass and they give more for their children. As you can see in our society today, you've got transgenderism, you've got all these different things that they're trying to get through with children. But no, he was not the last good president. I think, and people are obviously not going to agree with me, but I'll start first. Yes, I do know some people in very high public places, and they're very good at what they do. And
Cool.
I believe in what they are. And I won't name them because I believe that they're fighting the good fight the best they can. Each president, and even Bill Clinton, had some good points about him as being a more moderate president than what people thought. And that's before this progressive ultra left started trying to take everything over. But that's why I don't think it's all over yet. If it is, then something bigger is going to have to happen, because what's the next step? You've got we talked about vaccinations, and people now are getting sick and dying at different ages because of this. When you see depopulation occurring on a grander scale than it is today, things are still way better than what they could be. But when you start seeing, in my humble opinion, more people are dying for more reasons and in droves. And when you start tinkering with our supply chain, yes, I know that has its effects as well. But when that starts happening, something bigger is going to show up. And I know it's going to be good.
Yeah. Yeah. So you don't think he was the last president in the sense that there has been good ones since. And
Yes.
yeah. Okay.
Poly means many.
Yes.
Ticks means ticks.
And Pollyanna means something else too. So,
Politics is just a bunch of little bloodsuckers.
it's really gotten bad, and you're right, it has.
Yeah.
I have people that are even in our state in the assembly who are friends, and we've seen what happens when you start getting into politics on a higher level, whether it goes from state to Congress itself. It's the case, and I've been to Washington, D.C., inside the Beltway, they call it. It's a scary, different world in there. And I could feel it. It was thick in the air. And it's more about, hey, do you need some help? You want some help? I can help you. Do you need this? Do you need that? We can make sure you get it. But everything comes with a price. And I firmly believe, too, even the ones who are duping the people, spending tax dollars unwisely. I mean, we've gone in 2.5 years from a $23 trillion deficit to 31 trillion. That is $8 trillion in 2.5 years. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Something's got to give somewhere. Something has to give.
I remember when I was a kid, when Congress would, and I was like 4 or 5 years old or something, or maybe 6 years old. Congress was talking about, a $5 million budget or a $10 million budget, and the whole newspapers would go crazy. And it went from millions to billions to trillions, and this is just all complete fake. And you know what? What out in California, gasoline is $7.99 for regular. That's
Yeah.
why they got to pay That's why they got to pay their employees $20 to flip burgers, because you can't. What are you going to do with
Well, no,
$8 a gallon?
Frank, they really no. It's a ploy. That which I mentioned earlier is a direct ploy at vote buying. And now we've got a governor that says after the midterms, we're going to have a December meeting to tax the oil companies. Now, for quite a number of years, I was in the oil industry, and I kind of know some of how it operates. Every business, every company of any type of industry or organization is only here for one reason, is to make a profit. Now, is it an honest profit, or is it something that is a windfall for them, which is what they're claiming the oil industry is doing now, is making windfall profits. But to answer that by taxing the oil companies, and now they're saying, well, they will give a rebate to the people. That's just another payoff. It's just another way of government controlling the masses, the proletariat, whatever name you want to call it. If I may, at the university, I saw this thing of trying to control people and youth into this type of Hegelian type of think tank based on Karl Marx and Lenin and Stalin and all that. Most
John
people
Lennon?
don't you wish? We're talking about
These were the Beatles, I think. Yeah.
I don't want to digress or get off, but
yes,
subject.
Well,
no,
that's hard with me at the helm, but go ahead.
Yeah. So the point is that the more government control is what is going on right now, not less. Frank, what you said earlier, I remember too about. But did you know that Bill Clinton one year actually had a budget surplus?
Yeah.
In the United States.
Yeah.
And so,
but he's also sent all our manufacturing to Canada and Mexico and China. And so, yeah, that one year, it was like a feel-good year, followed by 20 years of crap. People can't find jobs now.
well, but see now that California especially is like the 5th largest economy in the world of all the countries. And then you look at how much governmental control, because they're saying they're going to feed the hungry, house the homeless, do this, do that. But it's all coming from the government. It's not coming from private enterprise, which has flourished for many, many years, and where people did make money, but they made an honest profit and people profited. That's where, I don't want to get into too much like unions and things, but it's all the big picture about government control of the people. So when I was at the university, I did take Satanism and Witchcraft. I took Marxian socialism courses, and I actually had a director come up to me after I'd done very well on socialism and communism and stated that when I graduated that they'd love to have me join their department. And I said, well, that would be all well and good. I did learn a lot, but I just want you to know one thing, because I'm going to be directly honest with you. It's very important to keep your friends near, but it's even more important to keep your enemies closer. And that director looked at me, didn't say another word, and just walked away. Because I saw that happening and how they were trying to program the youth even back then. And now they're down in elementary school teaching sex. What's going on here? So
yeah, what do you think the reason for that is? All this stuff that would be considered blasphemy. Well, I still consider it blasphemy. What is it just to disintegrate society or I mean, why are they promoting and I think people have a right, and I'm not judging transsexuals and all this stuff. People have a right to do whatever they want, but when they're actively promoting it, and when they're teaching sex in you know, like in the first grade or whatever, and some of the horrible things that we hear today in this woke thing coming on and whatever. What is behind that? Is it just to disintegrate society?
Oh, yeah. Yes, and again,
Well, I mean, I'm asking a question I already think I know the answer to, but obviously,
no, that's fine, Port. No, thank you very much. That's a great question. And we're not here, and you've said that very well earlier. We're not here to judge. And in fact, I have my judgment factors because I'm a human, but
Sure.
I'm not going to judge or try to control others. I mean, I come from a mixed family, and there are bisexuals and homosexuals and things. It's their choice. You know, I don't really care, but I do care about my personal rights and freedoms to live life the way I want to live it and to pursue happiness. There's no guarantee for happiness, but there is written in the Constitution the pursuit of happiness. And when you try to infringe that on other people, a lot of people are very upset about this. But the younger people are being programmed. So this disintegration of society, I don't know if I could explain that very well, but it certainly is a change in society. And I've interviewed so many people over the years because I cover over 20, 30 different matters and subjects of which I'm interested. And the younger people I've interviewed and some friends of family, their views of sex especially is totally different than how we were brought up. I'll give you an example. And I see Beef, I see you're assenting, so I really would like to hear something of what you say, my friend, because I can tell, and I love it. When you look at recent abortion, legislative, executive, and judicial branches of government are separated on purpose in the United States, and for very good reason, because there's a thing called checks and balances. That is what is being usurped. And they are pushing mandates on private enterprise in this country to make them carry out the laws and mandates that they can't do, which is unconstitutional. And I've spoken to a number of people in the medical profession, in business, in many different businesses, and they're very upset and they're very concerned and very worried. But when you take like recent change in the Supreme Court in the United States about abortion, we grew up, and I had a 45-year class reunion back east, and I met friends, and we dated, and we wanted to do things, but we were afraid of something. We didn't want to get pregnant and suddenly have our futures corralled by having a family too early before we were mature enough to understand why. And that was enough of a deterrent that kept us from doing things that could curtail our aspirations beyond college in whatever profession that we wanted. And now they've got people that are claiming, and you know, again, I'm not judging it, but excuse me, the fetus inside of the womb of the being is a separate living being after a certain specific time. And my opinion is the moment of conception. That's for me personally. That means once you've conceived a child, it's already too late. But even if you take it where a heartbeat starts, okay, you know, whichever way people want to go. But that type of morality has now been lost, where people claiming that they can kill as many people as they want. Well, technically, pulling that out of your womb is, you know, when it's already viable, is no different than having a war somewhere else and killing all the people you want. But that's me, and I'm not judging it, and I'm not there to make laws. I'm not in politics. I had a chance, and I said no to it because that was not my path.
Yeah, you know, I think in a nutshell, it's just all about division, because it just keeps people divided. And when we're divided, we're easy to control. I mean, these divisive issues are so divisive that, you know, we're easy to control when we're not all together. And we actually are connected or whatever. And I think, you know, these are interesting subjects or whatever, and they're worth talking about. But I really think that the answer is you sort of have to just have faith, have a high vibration,
right,
and just know that just know that this is just sort of like a play being played out before our eyes. But and somehow we have to keep our emotions out of it, because when we draw our emotions into it, that's playing their game too. So we have to maintain that separation from that. Well, separation is something that Sasquatch doesn't teach, does not exist or whatever, and we're not supposed to. But we have to be separated from the lies and the division and all that. Is my point.
Well, Pork, that's very well said, and I agree with you. The big picture is this. It's all about power, money, fame, fortune. Well, fortune is money, and control. When you can control the population, and you've got elite families in various areas of this planet who are directly doing that on purpose. When you have a large, wealthy, prolific family, what's the one thing you want to do? You want to make sure your children have the exact same thing that they have. And that cannot be accomplished fairly without having population control. And when people allow that to happen, instead of standing up for that, now I stand up in my own special ways, doing what I know best to do. But it has to be done in a framework of higher vibrations, as you say, and respect. And respect is always earned. It's never given, or if anything, if it's not earned, it is squandered. And that's what's happening on our planet today, the people of the planet.
But by the way, we are going to get into some Sasquatch stuff, because Ed has had some experiences, so we will get into that, guys.
I want some paranormal.
Yeah, we'll get into that too. But I thought
some paranormal sauce on it.
I think Beef has something to say, don't you?
Yes.
Well, I obviously have lots of opinions, so yeah, I have a lot to say. But I think that I want to address actually the abortion issue real quick. The way the argument has been posed within our social consciousness makes the solutions that we come to very limited. They make it so they make it so either or, that coming to a place of what is actually reasonable is almost impossible. Because there's a broad range of people who have beliefs that span a spectrum, right? There's people who think that abortion up till birth is absolutely fine. And then there's those that believe that at conception, you need to, that's it. You conceive, you're going to have a baby. If you take into account the way nature works and the way our medical profession has stepped in, the mortality rate of people with children people who are pregnant is actually naturally fairly high. The number of miscarriages is generally fairly high if there were no medical interventions. The idea of a mother's life being endangered. I think that there's a segment of the population that's in the middle here that says, where the mother's life is in danger, not just in danger, but it's a certainty, like for an ectopic pregnancy. If you try to take that to term, the mother's going to die. So is the baby. Maybe as aberrant as it is, maybe doing an abortion in that case isn't such a bad thing. But where the middle also sits is, well, abortion birth control is heinous.
Oh, there went his internet.
Uh-oh.
Am I cutting in now? No, it's unstable.
Yes. You might need to restart that router again.
Yeah, right. Can you guys hear me now?
We can.
So anyway, the way I look at abortion is it's being used like Brian suggested, to totally divide us and make us go to polar opposites. And when you're in a polar opposite position, you can't ever come and talk to the other side, because your amygdala has been triggered. You're living in your fear. You're living in your entitlement, and you can't come to a solution that brings unity ever. and they're doing it on purpose. They're just presenting you the two sides, not the middle.
Yeah.
That's a good point. If I may interject, you brought up something very, very important, of which I'm going to.
There's always a first time.
Yes, true. And opinions are like, you know what?
Right.
When it comes to the sanctity of life, that covers every life form. When it comes to the mother who's carrying the child, she does. If her life is in danger, personally, curtailing the abortion or trying to save both, if it's not possible, then from my aspect, the mother's life is critically important at this time, because that may be corrected in the future. The other opportunity is that there are so many people that can't have children that would love to adopt. And once you have the child and it goes up for adoption, other people can say, wow, this is a good thing. But you brought up the exact point, Beef. We're so divided. They even call the president of the United States right now the divider in chief. The White House is walking back more than half of whatever he says. Yeah. And then when he got that hot mic the other day about nobody F's with the Bidens, I was like, oh, wow. And then we started thinking of Kim Jong-un and Xi Jinping, who's paying who, or Zelensky. But back to finish the abortion. That is something where the man is in communion with the woman. But yes, the woman has her own life, and she's carrying the child, so I can't judge or make her do anything, and nor would I. I wanted to be clear on that. That's something that it's sacrosanct for the woman, because she is bearing the child. So that's more to be supportive and to be caring and to think, like Pork says, higher vibrations, to help be positive throughout the situation.
Sometimes I think the entire world is just a big stage. It's just used, and the whole purpose of it is to distract us and divide us and keep us away from who we truly are. I mean, it just seems like they're all just playing a game together to control us.
It's like whenever it gets too quiet, they decide to introduce something that'll shake things up.
Well, I mean, it's almost like, okay, there was the COVID thing, and it was a real virus, and I'm not going to judge anybody on their beliefs on that.
Oh no,
we all have but the thing is now it's the war stuff, right? No, I'm not going to judge anybody, but now it's the war, but it's always something to take us away from focusing on who we really are, and our universal nature, whatever. There's too many distractions so that we can figure it out. Because if we ever did figure it out, watch out, we're pretty powerful.
Right. And Beast said something very important a moment ago about, or was it you, Port, about life as a stage?
Probably me. No.
Well, no. What was said there triggered another historical aspect of something I'd studied. Was a person in France called Jean-Paul Sartre, and who was a devout atheist. So you're looking at the different face. And to me, if you claim to be an atheist, well, that's a decision or a faith on your part. And they would say that life is a stage and we're acting out life on stage.
Yeah.
And so these viewpoints right now have come to a head, it seems, that with such divisions, where personally, in my objective understanding and viewpoint of what is happening in our country right now, I have never seen it so divided as it is now.
Right.
Can I add my 2 cents in on this whole debate on the
You can have $1.
right to life? Yeah, okay.
Have
Well,
$1.
there's a lot of kids getting aborted, and that's been going on for a long time, and it gets into over a decade or so, it gets into being the millions. But think on this: since 9/11, the United States, in our name and with our approval, has killed more than 1.5 million people in the Middle East and made 20 million people homeless. They couldn't live in the land that they were born in. because there was nothing there. There was no infrastructure, nothing. We did that, right? And then it's like, oh, okay, and then and then you shift over to this abortion thing, right? Which is a personal choice for the woman. You don't know what her economic situation is. You don't know what her spiritual situation is. You don't know what her needs are. You don't know what the situation is. And when we project our judgment onto them like we have some kind of a moral authority. Well, if we had moral authority to protect her unborn child, then why the hell is our moral authority to let 1.5 million people be killed over nothing, over lies, and that since 9/11, well, the people in Iraq didn't burn down the towers in New York. You said it was just all a lie. But where's our moral authority? What's being ripped apart is our moral authority. Nobody has a right to tell me what I can and can't do in reality. And this is where the whole kerfuddle comes, because we're given these things to juxtapose, right? So that's why, I don't want this whole abortion issue thing is not about abortion and life and death and all this stuff like we call it, right? Because we want to, since we can't stop the war, and we can't stop gross killing. Well, how many wars have we been in since this nation was founded? We had 200 years of war and like 3 years of peace, right? That's what's been actually going on. And since we can't stop that, whenever you're presented with something like abortion and save a life and religion and all that, we jump on that because we're hoping for something that we can make a difference with. And if we can't make a difference, then we're slaves, not citizens. So that's my 2 cents. Both of those things are non-issues, because if you don't have sovereignty inside yourself, then you're a straw man.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the secret is, like Bean says, like it's an inside out job or whatever. So all of these plays being played out around us are discussing them but we have to live our life too. So, I mean, you want to discuss them, but the answer is really raising your vibration as an individual and affecting everybody. That's how the change comes or whatever. But still, it's interesting to talk about this stuff, and we still live it in real life. So, howdy doody, the guy running your country right now. You were telling me that he's obviously a puppet.
Yes.
No doubt about that. So we were discussing earlier, Eddie, about who's running the show, who was running the show, and are they just running it as far as the United States goes, or are they running it on a worldwide basis? So who's pulling Mr. Puppet strings?
Well, all of us, we only know so much. We hear so much more. So to make even a judgment on that, I will say that there's been a lot of talk about President Obama in his 3rd term. That is the exact coinage that's been used.
Yeah.
Other people, Bernie Sanders.
Hold on a second. Are your insiders telling you this though too?
Oh no, no. The insiders are doing their job. We don't venture on an opinion show like we're doing here, where we can, just throw it out there and let people think about it. And then, because I'm not right about a lot of stuff. I'm incorrect about many things. I'm a flawed human. I'm not going to judge anybody else to be any better than me or any worse. But you got to go back to who's in control.
Yeah.
And it is rather obvious that President Biden is not in control. He's like we've called in other countries a figurehead, but he's being controlled and told what to do. And it's almost a point where, and I like how B said it, we all have our own opinions, and some are based on very valid interpersonal as well as objective research. But I've also never seen such secrecy being so well accomplished in the backgrounds of what is happening, that I would even say that there are controls and power brokers that aren't even in the United States.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and there's a case of Brexit in England. I have family and friends there, and I saw what was happening, where the controlling committee was like out of Brussels, Belgium, and they wanted the European Union and they wanted all this glorious stuff and get rid of the British pound and then have the euro, which they said no. And then there are people who agree, who do not. And the British pound has devalued greatly. It's almost at the same level of the United States dollar now. And 30 years ago, it was like $3 to a pound. Now it's like a $1.19, if that. So it's all about economics. And some say economics stupid. I only know so much about what I know, and being primarily a ufologist now, it's up in the air. We're the disinformation, especially in our media, that has been disseminated to the populations. I mean, people say, well, I'll turn on CNN tonight and I'll watch the news and I'll get what I need to understand about what's happening in the world.
Oh, you'll get what they want you to understand what's happening.
Well, that's the point. And everybody has an agenda there. I'm not saying Fox or anybody else. They all have their own agendas. And some people are actually saying in media, we are conservative, or we are progressive liberals, or we are this. And then some are not, and they're trying to change it. Well, there was a president we had that was rather incredible named Abraham Lincoln. And he said something, and I may get it wrong, but he says, you can fool a lot of people a lot of the time. You can fool all the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. And that's
good.
You can't be more logistically objective than that. And you've said it earlier, Port, that look at what's happening. We're seeing awakening in people, really in all ages, and people with whom I've spoken of all ages too. Nobody's really being fooled anymore, in my personal opinion. See, there I went all out. A lot of people are not being fooled. Many people are being fooled, but not everybody's being fooled. So how many people are not being fooled by what is transpiring to control them is the only thing that we've got as an outlet is the elections.
Yeah.
And with a controlling media, I woke up one day with Walter Cronkite. This is the way it was, or something where they reported the news. Well, in Germany today, the Panzer Division has invaded Poland, or this, that, and the other, and then boom, that was the news. X number of people died, this, that, and the other. Now it's all about opinions.
Yeah.
So
when do you think, just let me ask you, when do you think the news went from reporting the news to, blatant propaganda and hold on a second, and agendas or whatever, because they're obviously reporting the news according to the outcome that they want and the reality they want people to think. When did that change?
To my best ability, I will answer as objectively as possible. I believe we started seeing major changes in news reporting and media operations with agendas by the 1990s.
Okay.
I have a slightly different take.
Please.
I believe that television has been a propaganda tool from almost the very beginning. And I'm pretty sure that Walter Cronkite, as respected as he was part of the propaganda machine. They've never been that honest with the American people. And take what happened with FDR, right? We got into the World War II based on, we were manipulated into it. That's really how it worked. And a propaganda machine was used to make that happen. Television is kind of like the wet dream of propagandists, because not only does it give you the conscious in your face propaganda, there's a frequency at which the television refreshes, and that's actually a hypnotic frequency. And so they're able to look or work on your subconscious at the same time. There are actual patents all over the place for that kind of technology. I imagine our laptops or our phones work exactly the same way. So my take is there's always been an effort out there to mold reality to their idea of what reality is versus what reality actually is.
Uh, Point well taken. My father said something to me years ago, Beef, that I think you might find very interesting. He was very outspoken, and he was in the Navy at the end of World War II in the Pacific Campaign.
Right.
And he said that actually the United States, with its propaganda machine, was pushing Japan to the brink of war and to attack. They were pushing them into it, by controlling commodities such as aluminum and other
And
areas.
gasoline and
Yep.
fuel oil.
Yes. And so it brought even, and I forget some of the names, but it was a case where there were some Japanese leaders who knew that if they took on the United States, they would awaken, a sleeping giant and would
Right.
never, come out from it. So yeah, that's a very well stated point. I grew up where you had the national anthem and jets flying around at the end of the day, and the TV went off at 11 o'clock and didn't come back on until 6 in the morning.
Right.
And which brings back, we can get off of the subject a little, but I think it's valid. There was something I saw as a child back when Ike Eisenhower was in office, and through his daughter, was it Louise or Laura? She touted that Eisenhower did meet Nordics. He met Greys, and this was in 1954 through 58. And I was fortunate enough. My grandmother was well-to-do. She taught me to read and write by age 4. She was an English professor, superintendent of schools. So we actually had a little weird-looking television, black and white. It had kind of funny straight up and horizontal, but it had the curved edges on it, and it was in a console that you open and close the doors on it.
Yep.
And I saw this, and I've never been able to find it. But just based on what you triggered me again. It was a civil service type of commercial. And it showed this gentleman, with his little fedora hat and everything. And he was looking up at the stars, and, it said, "Don't look up, don't look up." And as he did, he looked up, he fell down in a manhole cover. And then it says, "Look down and see what you can find." And you could see coins and money and jewels and jewelry and things on the ground. And he was picking them up and just, getting richer by the moment, but he wasn't looking up. And that was all at the same time when they were talking about, these beings that were meeting our government at the time. And Beef, I got to tell you, you finding all those nice things to eat and drink in the middle of the woods is really cool.
My woods are special. I just have to tell you that.
I'm amazed on how you got that. You disappear, but then you come right back.
So you've talked to me a little bit, or you're starting to understand who the Sasquatch are a little bit, and you've had some experiences with them, and we will get into that. Yeah. But I was just wondering, you're saying, like you said, as UFOs, and I want to get into some of your paranormal experiences too.
Oh, yeah.
To go away from, but do you think that from your experience that, well, we know that the aliens have been meeting with the U.S. government and governments all over the world and whatever, like you said. Do you think in many cases they're doing the same kind of work as the Sasquatch, or is there two sides? Are there nefarious ones too? What is their objective for contact?
There's good and bad in everything. Some people contend that, the universe, although synchronous, has different races that have their own agendas, no different than what we have.
Yep.
To me, we're the newest kids on the block. And however we say created or whatever, we're in a kind of protected space and a protected area on this beautiful blue marble we call Earth. I'm not a big factor of Gaia in any way, shape, or form, or Mother Earth or this. We are a very unique species. And there are those who are protectors, and there are those who are detractors. And there's evidence in all forms of historical documentation from the last few thousand years. And it's not just Judeo-Christian or Muslim, which came a bit later, or the ancient Chinese, or the ancient Hindu and Indian, the Bhagavad Gita, and these others. Man, there's so much information out there. Where do we really start? We've been touched in many, many different ways, but personally, what I have determined is that we are by and large protected. And I believe that the future is bright. I believe that we're going to inherit the stars.
Yeah.
That in certain degrees we already have. We've already gone out, whether it was in teams or TR3Bs or however you want to do it. Some of the UFO research that I've conducted from different areas and different countries has pointed to these common denominators as the same thing. It takes almost, as an example, 50 years for specific technological achievements to reach the public forefront, like, with jets and things like that. Who's to say that others have not been given to us earlier on? The problem with ufology is it gets quite dark because you have people that have agendas again, so it's no different than anything else. Personally, I just believe we're in a universe that is teeming with life. I think ultimately there are more growing pains to finish, but we're going to be fine. And when you mentioned earlier, Pork, about the Sasquatch viewpoints of time, there are other cultures that look at time without past, present, or future as well.
Right.
And that's as an example, the Chinese went totally against the Back to the Future 3 movie series, and they banned it because it was like an insult to their we call forefathers, but their generational ancestors. Okay, so it's all a matter of perspective. But for us to think that, and I've heard this before, we're in the end times, and I've heard that in Judeo-Christian ethic too, and I look at them and I say, why are you saying that? It's totally the opposite of that. I don't care if you use the word apocalypse or what else. We're at a change. That's all that means, and we're going to grow from it. There will be more.
The end times is just is the end of an era, the end of
an age.
Yeah, that's what the end times are to me.
Oh, that's it. Well, this is the end of our show.
Oh yeah, let me click the speed button right here. No, hey Frank Oliver Beans, Mr. Beans, you did say something very, very important. Is killing comes in all forms. It comes in different countries. It comes in different agendas. You're absolutely correct. Look at recently. It's now reported that the Russian troops losses in Ukraine alone are over 80,000. What, last 6-7 months? That's insane. That's more than 12, 14 years in Vietnam, where we lost around 53,000. Many, and now they're trying. Go ahead.
Who's reporting that? You can't. Any of those reports seem to be propaganda based or whatever. I mean, who knows what's true anymore with these reports?
Well, yes, that's very true. The disinformation is out there. But even so, that being said, in multiple categories, I'm bringing it up for a reason that actually supports what Frank is saying, is that killing comes in all different forms. It comes biologically, it comes chemically, it comes bombs and bullets that used to be just arrows and spears. And we've now developed to bombs and bullets, and now fast moving jets and things like that. But we're a very warlike society, period. A civilization that is warlike. And sometimes I say to my better half is quite simply this. I think we found who the Klingons are in Star Trek. We are the Klingons.
That's the thing I pull out of my underpants.
Well, I've got some preparation H over here if you need some.
Did you say we're the Klingons? We're the Klingons? That's not.
Yeah, I'm being funny and being glib about the Star Trek series. I said, we don't seem to be like the Federation of Planets. I think sometimes the way we act more like the Klingons.
Yeah. Tell us.
I think that's why they were. I think that's why they were an archetype there. Yeah.
Yeah. It's very interesting how Star Trek purported these societal measures, and changes that in some ways, we do see like the Klingon Empire rites of ascension by assassination.
Yeah.
And that used to be the main theme years and years ago. Now it's a little more quiet, but it still happens.
You,
We're still killing presidents left and right. We've been doing that since Kennedy.
Yeah.
Nicaragua, in the Middle East, and Iran.
yeah. Can you send one up our way?
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's an argument to be said that America is a great country, but you can also say that it's the most totalitarian, fascist country that ever was, because the amount of control that we have over other countries and we insist upon. And then, like for example, you said when Kennedy was in office, you had the Russians sending nuclear weapons. And why would the Russians send nuclear weapons to Cuba? The reason why is because they had nuclear weapons in France. They had nuclear weapons in England. They have nuclear weapons in the Ukraine. As they surrounded the whole eastern part of western part of Russia with nuclear weapons, all pointed at them. And then to turn it around, and they were just like putting it back, and that's still going on. This whole thing with Putin is they want to make Ukraine a NATO nation country, so they could have those weapons of mass destruction right on their border. And that was against the treaty that they signed. And America has never signed any treaty that it hasn't broken. Going back to the time of the Indians, going back to the time of the American Revolution, there's never been a treaty with Mexico. There's never been a treaty that we agreed to that America has kept. We're just a bunch of arrogant, pompous people. And I love America, and I have this dream. I have the dream of making it a great country again, but there's more people who are into the corruption of America than there is into the creation of America.
Yes.
Frank, I agree, and here's why. I've been noticing, even as of late, what Putin is saying. And one of the things he said last week, he said, I don't know why everybody's talking about nuclear warfare. The United States was the first one to use it against Japan. Okay. And if you look at Russia and surrounding countries now, we have NATO, a multinational organization, the United Nations, which everyone has an opinion on that, but they're all on each other's doorsteps, except the one thing about the United States that makes it unique, notwithstanding Canada to the north, Mexico to the south, it has natural oceanic borders on both east and west coast, which is being changed because now China has actually bought land on the western coast of Africa, that they have bases now that are a stone's throw from the United States technologically. So what do you think of that, Frank? What may, in your best estimation, transpire in the next 10 years?
Well, let's go back in history a little bit to the Anunnaki, right? This world had been crashed. The civilization had crashed from the fourth root race, and we're in the fifth root race now. And that was the big flood, and whatever happened. Some people say that the two planets, Venus and Mars, came too close to the Earth because of some kind of transition, and that was like major disaster. But anyway, so the star people, and even back up further than that, there's been wars in space. There's been Assyrian wars. There's been Andromedan wars. There's been the Palladian wars, and these wars all went on for thousands of years. And whenever you have wars, especially on the ocean, and then those wars are ended, then you have all these people there with ships whose job it was to kill other people. So to me, whatever was going on with the Anunnaki there, some people say their planet blew up or whatever. When they got here, they just set up a total gangster takeover of the world, right? They're gangsters. And the first thing they did is said, "We're gods and you're not. We're gods and you're not." That was a completely against the root religion of humanity. And our root religion is we're all part of the web, like Brian was saying. We're all part of a web. We're all one. We're all connected, right? They said, no, we are gods and you are not. And then that's set, and then those guys were fighting against each other. And if you look at the history of Babylon and Mesopotamia, I mean the Middle East, right? You look at the history from back in that time, 6,000 years ago. Those guys were just like the United States. They never went like for 2 or 3 years without war. There was always war because as soon as they set up this kingdom kind of a deal, right? Where I'm the king, and then I have my army, and then you got to pay me, tribute, or you got to pay me taxes, or you got to give me your crops, right? That's been going on. This is total gangster stuff, protectionism, right? This is their thugs, right? And supposedly they're higher beings because they had flashlights and they had mirrors. You know what I mean? That's what they had. They had stuff that looked like magic to people, and plus they set up the structure. The structure that was working for them that ended up causing the wars to begin with was the same structure of division that they put in here. So it's been whole mafia gangster stuff going on down here for a long time, and then they pretend like, oh well, we're the elite, or we're the advanced, or we're the whatever, and we that's why you eat with a fork and a knife instead of just stick it in your face with your hand, because you got to have etiquette, right? That was all this stuff, right? None of that junk is who we are. We've been here 200 million years exactly, pretty much, except for maybe size, exactly the same as we are now, 200 million years. And then in the last 12,000 years, everything's pretty much turned to shit, except we have more crops to eat and we have better medicine and stuff like that. But, we've completely lost our sovereignty. When they told us that we are not gods, that means that we could be ruled over. And we have been acting like slaves and serfs and peons since then. And we're still acting like slaves and peons. They own your house, right? The banks, the mortgage, and your county owns your house. They own your car, right? And they tax your job. It's just total racketeering. That's what it is. There's not if I'm coming here from outer space, I'm saying, why would these people have to put up with this? Because we've been enculturated with it. That's why we were enculturated. Our history is basically a history of war and being dominated by insane psychopaths and whatever. So, I got no respect, no romance for any of this stuff. Then America's not that great. No nation is that great, in my opinion, because they're all set up with the same structure, power structure, financial structure.
Yeah.
Well,
I always look at it like we are, my knowing teachings, we are expressions of God expressing himself. But
yeah, that's a good one.
We are expressions of God expressing himself because we all part of the big collective. But that they don't want us to know that. And you know how I know that we're going to get through this and whatever? I can feel it energetically. I can feel it. Like I just know that the charade is going to end. It's just a knowing.
It does. And what Frank is saying, it used to be just shit. Now we've got good shit. So something's improved.
Good shit. Nothing like a good shit, eh?
It's like, well, from what I've seen over many, many years, and yeah, good shit, dude. But for 200 million years, whatever, I only know so much of what, I've read in this short time I've been here. To me, I have found the evidence of angels or whomever, these beings all have to operate in our third dimension. Some are even saying the Aganaki are returning, planet 9, planet 10, whatever. But my assessment is none of these beings that were in contact thousands of years ago with various humans ever once said they were God. And earlier on, Frank, where you're saying like even further back, they did. And I've read that as well. But in the later times, they said, no, we are, and in some of the case studies I performed where they met other beings. They said, no, we're not gods. We're not gods at all. If anything, we're only a little bit higher than you are, but not much. And
Well, that's because those guys they were talking to weren't thugs and pirates. But but look at the history in Egypt. They said their pharaoh was a god,
right.
and
Yeah.
whatever in Mesopotamia they were called the gods, and some of these guys were genetically 10 foot tall, right? So and then in Rome, the emperor became the emperor, and then he became a god,
Right.
right? It's just this whole god crap, and I'm a god, you're not.
That
I
is
can do God things, and you can, and you're not. That's whole division thing is completely bogus. And every country that's ever tried to dominate the world or go and usurp the power of other countries, the first thing they take out is the wisdom keepers and the historians and the magicians and the healers, right? They take them out, right? Because they're connected to the kind of the root reality. And then they superimpose their religion, their doctrine, their whatever advanced technology and whatever, and it's
Why do
I
you
have
think
no
that?
idea if we're in better position now than we weren't. But I listen to this.
Yeah.
It's a good bet, right? I talked to Jenny Jablonski about this. Jablonski. I asked her how many lifetimes can she remember that she had. She said like this. She said 7,200,000.
Wow.
7,200,000. And we're playing tiddlywinks here, like what are we going to be doing for 7 million lifetimes? Yeah?
Yeah.
So it's time to wake up and take responsibility and be sovereign, because if you've got, that means what does that mean? That means you're an eternal being.
Yeah,
Frank, we are eternal beings.
absolutely.
I asked this one question in a different way, but we all have our different ways. And don't forget the Sumerians. That was huge. I studied a lot of Zechariah Sitchin as well. We are eternal beings because I asked the question, what with all this insanity, all this killing, all these wars, all this famine, pestilence, disease, whatever, what makes life fair? I asked it, what makes life fair? It's because we are eternal beings. And when we return to the entire collective creation, then we actually choose when we're coming back and how we come back.
Yeah.
And
I've actually was taken to a different reality, like from where I am now to in a different reality where I was on the other side planning what I was going to do in this lifetime. Speaks exactly to what you're talking about. So it's true.
Yes. And that's why, here's another one to all of you that I think you might like. I asked, here's what makes it fair as well. Start and think about time. Einstein still has been proven, not disproven. There's a time dilation. Time itself is mutable, which goes right with what Ari was telling you, Port, that there is past, present, future is all running the same together. There is a synchronicity.
Yeah.
And we are the ones limited here now, thinking, well, when I was a kid, or we're filled with all this garbage, when in effect, whether you're living or dying or whatever, you are an eternal being. And that's what makes life fair, because none of us really die. We're all part of that marvelous eternal consciousness.
Yeah. But talking about what Beans was talking about, that's what they did with the First Nations people. They put them in schools or whatever because they wanted to destroy their culture, because it was a culture that was diametrically opposed, and it was earth-based and connection-based and all this stuff. They wanted to destroy it. The Roman Catholic Church burning books and whatever. All of these societies, or all of these nations, or all of these cultures or whatever, they try to destroy anything that goes against their program, well, not their agenda or whatever. It's so it's been happening. It's been happening all throughout history, and it's all about trying to keep us away from the awareness of who we are.
Well,
like the First Nations people, they were connected to star beings. They were connected. I'm getting energy big time when I'm saying this.
That's
just
great.
got hit up by to star beings, to the SSQUATCH, to the Earth, to connection, anything that talks about that or whatever, historically we want to destroy, because that gives us power.
I agree with you. And also there was something that I noticed early on in my youth, how like what you're saying, Frank, about all these thugs, running and ruling things at different times in our history. The indigenous people, especially in the United States of the First Nation, as you say, Brian, these people were monotheistic. They only spoke of one thing, the Great Spirit, and that we were all combined and all together, whereas all these other countries had all these rituals and things like that, like the Catholic Church, again, and I said, don't you start blowing your smoke at me with that little round thing, whatever coming out, because that's a crock of shit, And I'm a confirmed Catholic, confirmed, Anglican and Episcopal. I've been the full route.
Hi, my name is Ed Smith, and I'm a Reformed Catholic.
I'm informed. No, an informed Catholic. In other words, I'm not. I have faith, but it's that synchronicity that we're talking about. That the internal consciousness of the being it's whatever's happened and transpired, as you're saying, Frank, in the last 200 million years, are other third dimensional beings in this dimension that have been trying to rule the world, because everybody wants to rule the world type of scenario, and it hasn't changed. I don't disagree with that at all.
Well, I don't know if you guys remember the Godhead, but the Godhead was exactly the same. The angels were saying, hey, look, this guy's calling himself God. We're God. They're God. He's God. We're all the same thing here. And so they said, stop pushing us around. And so the fallen angels were saying, and then God was going, oh, you can't. There was a war going on in heaven. So it's not like there is some place where this stuff doesn't exist, or there's some level of peace or enlightenment, or there's some kind of you got to work for it. You got to be, like I said, you got to be sovereign inside yourself. When they started up with this whole religion thing, right? What they said is we're going to cast a God spell on you, right? And then they kept casting the God spell on everybody. God spell, God spell, God spell. That became the gospel. The Gospels are the God spell, right? And it's just a spell to keep you from being connected to the rest of reality, or to be independent or and interdependent. Instead, you have to go along with the God spell, or you get the axe, right? Any religion that comes with a sword, that's not really religion. That's indoctrination.
Yeah, that's like the what were they called? The Templar Knights type of situation. In the name of God, we'll go out and take the Turks, or take on the Huns, or take these people out.
That's been going on for a long time.
We've been talking today, if I'm right, Frank, and everyone, we've been talking about a lot of little snippets of information and disinformation that are just on people's minds today. But we're reaching to me, a kind of a crescendo of saying, what is the big thing? We're all saying one thing important, that only the best is yet to come. Do you all agree that enough people are waking up that this will curtail this present, omnipresent God type of, personal attitude that people have, the people in power? Is that going to come to an end to where we will have true peace?
I think so, but I don't know. I don't know exactly how it's going to unfold. But like I said, I've got an inner knowing. I just got that energy that it's just going to be all right. I just believe it. I feel it. So yes, I do believe that. I do believe it is coming to an end, the tyranny and the lies. And I mean, that's why, in a way, we have to thank these guys like Trudong and Baidong and those guys, because they're so outrageous and whatever, and what they say or whatever, that
yes,
they're actually doing good work and exposing themselves by their actions. So they're bringing things to light. So yeah, I do believe Well, I just know it inside that things are
Well,
going
in our
to.
talking, Brian, you and I have agreed pretty much from day one that we got to know each other, and I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a really good change because we are kind of at the end of an age, but there's never an end. It was like actually the website that I got that was available and open was owned once before by a group of people that said the Mayan calendar was ending at 2012 and everything was going to end.
Yeah.
And I'm always saying this to people. They say, well, in the news or however they're saying it, well, September 23rd, this is going to happen. I said, great. Let me know. We'll talk about it on the 24th.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. You know what? I just had a good analogy come to my head. The darkness, the dark hole is so deep, whatever, but the flashlight that is shining into that darkness is getting brighter and brighter and brighter. And eventually, we're gonna see.
Well, if I might share something, Brian, you brought up a very important point. My last position where I worked for an owner who was a 33rd degree Mason, and he said my writing and what I've done, and when I retired, we're all like family now. He said, you're writing like, here's the stars and the black sky, like Frank's saying, 200 million years ago, it was really dark. And what you're doing in your writing is you're poking little holes of light in that dark sky to where more and more light is starting to show. And really, if you look back at our society and our civilization 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, up until now, and about the societies and civilizations that were gone, that didn't make it or were destroyed or for whatever reason, we've never had such a global community in our knowledge that we have today. So really things are getting better overall. And that's part of the growing pains I mentioned earlier.
Well, there's that old analogy, it's always darkest before the light.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's what's happening here. So let's try to switch the focus of the show a little bit. You've had a lot of, we want to get into some of your UFO experiences. We're going to get into your RE experiences, but you've also had some paranormal experiences, right?
Over the years, I've never claimed to know much about the paranormal, except that I have experienced it. Beings who've passed, beings who, some say haunting or whatever. I've never found anything to fear. I haven't. Not that there isn't, but I just haven't. And most everyone, everything, and everywhere and every wind that I've met has wound up being positive. That's about the best way I can explain it.
From your experiences that you've had, you mean your paranormal experiences?
Overall, the most positive.
Give us some of your highlights.
Again, I am no proficient aficionado of the paranormal. That's not my shtick.
That's fine.
I've tried, but I've seen others that we claim have passed. But like you mentioned with Ari, the sensation, the energy that comes. My, other experiences, much the same as Ari, as we get into the Sasquatch arena, has been very positive. Matter of fact, I personally had another. I didn't ask for it. I never asked for it. It just happens. And the experience this morning, I went. There was like a red apple in my mind's eye, a red apple, and it turned into a red heart. And then I went, Ari, is that you? And then his signature with the X and the cross came by itself. And then he was underneath it with his arms up going, yay, with a big smile.
When did this happen? You didn't say
this
that
morning. This morning.
Oh, okay. So why don't we go chronologically? Why don't we go chronologically through your RE experience? So
sure.
You say you're going to be carnal with what? What did you say?
Well, let's do it chronologically, Beans. Okay.
You're going to be carnal with who?
So what was your understanding? Let's go right back. So what was your understanding of Sasquatch before you met me and we got introduced?
That very limited. I knew almost nothing, and most of what I had viewed, seen on television or movies or read about in books had been more negative instead of positive. Like people were trying to find Sasquatch or hunt Sasquatch, and there were encounters and things like that, or like the guy apparently wearing a Sasquatch costume and walking around the woods claiming it was Sasquatch.
Right.
I don't know. I didn't know any of that. But when I met you and we started discussing it, and then we went through some experiences where you suddenly felt the energy. And then when you told me the first time, the first thing that happened with what we were doing, and you said, Ari approved of me, which I take it carte blanche that thank you. That was the only thing that came to my mind. Thank you. I am blessed. I'm honored. I'm humbled. That's the only thing I've known. And then when I had that first encounter in my mind's eye,
let's go into detail though.
Okay.
Let's go into detail about the whole thing. So when he approved it, when I said he approved of you, what were you feeling? You were feeling something at the same time, right?
I felt a very positive energy, but what happened that next day, I went for an early morning swim, as I mentioned to you, and there was some weather going on. Again, I didn't ask for it. Like 9 a.m, stone cold sober for those who think otherwise. No camera. My wife was inside, and the only thing that she said, she saw me waving to the clouds, and I was outside because
that's just Ed again.
Yep, there goes Ed. Okay,
there goes Ed.
It was still warm enough. I went for an early morning swim. It was fantastic. I got up, and there were gray clouds heading from east to west, and other grayish clouds going from east to west. They were going in opposite areas, and there was one white cell of clouds above me that was immobile. It wasn't moving. And I know exactly what I saw. And then when I told you as soon as we could.
Well, hang on a second. Let's just clarify this. So I'm not a weather expert, but I think if clouds are moving with the wind or the whatever, I think that it's impossible for one not to be moving, isn't it?
All things in this universe are possible. However, to me, what happened that morning is not common to what weather we have here.
Okay.
And so when I said that white area of clouds was not moving at all, which that brought my attention fully. And I'm like, what? And I seen clouds gray that way. And then, a little bit here and there, but right above me was immobile. There were white, billowy stratocumulus clouds. And then all of a sudden, the first thing I saw after what I'd read that you'd helped me to learn and understand about what you had been taught before Ari came to you personally was I saw the signature. And he had the X for friend of human after I'd been approved. And he had Ari's signature with the A. And then it
made out of clouds?
It just smoothly disappeared. And Ari's pinnacle head, 2 eyes, bulbous nose, and a big smile showed up. And I'm going, dude, what? Hey. And so then I was like, okay, that's really cool. It's like one of the case studies I did about a friend that had an encounter. He looked at this being and he says, well, there's Ava. This is the being I saw. You're here right in front of me. So what am I going to say? I'm just saying, yeah, why am I not surprised? Why am I not freaking out? Is because I'm being level-headed saying, there you are. It's you. You're here. I'm here. So now I've got some questions. I looked up. I saw Ari's caricature, his face in the clouds. It didn't stop there. To the right, there was a hand. It's like this, like he was waving. And inside each of the fingers was a clear blue sky, no cloud.
Oh, my God.
And everywhere else was that white billowy stratocumulus cloud. And then I looked up and I knew that was Ari's hand. And so that's when I went, hey, thank you. That's really cool. That's what Liz saw on the inside. and so I'm just telling you what I saw.
Yeah. So let me just comment on that quickly, that one part. So you do realize, it's pretty obvious, but just for people who are listening. So when you saw the A and the X made out of the clouds, and it was very clear and defined, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do know that people, that was like a RE signature, which is the A. So it was a friendship welcome extended to you, Ed,
Yes.
from RE.
Yes.
Right? Because
Yes.
the X means friendship welcome. So
Yes.
he was introducing himself to you in that way, and it was you know, an approval, a friendship, a welcome kind of thing for people.
Which I'm humbled. I was thankful, and I said thank you right back. And I waved and I said, "That's great." Then I knew that you and I were friends forever, because you know you can't turn back on something like that. And I wanted to be just as clear and objective as possible. That's what I saw. That's what I experienced. And I'm going, this is really great. And 2 times since that have been small mind's eye things, but this interdimensional being, of which there are many, and there are many different kinds of beings who operate interdimensionally. And as you said, this is undetermined as far as RE is concerned, yet it's real. So I'm just really super happy that it happened, and I don't take it for anything more than what it is.
Yeah. So you've had a couple other, well, you didn't tell me about today's incident, but tell us in chronological order. So what happened next with
yeah,
RE?
the next one was in where I actually said hello, RE, and it was about 4 a.m, and he came to me in my mind's eye of the pinnacle head, the eyes and the bulbous nose and the smile. And that happened twice, because I said hello twice. And then the third time I said hello again, and he didn't show up again. So he said, I think I've done enough for you. But then this morning, yeah, and then all I could hear in my mind's eye too was what you were doing. Eddie. And I said, no, Ari can't do that, because he wouldn't, because that's your line. But he's, you know, as you said, he's very, not just mischievous, but they're fun loving, you know, with a great sense of humor. And that's part of what we all take and what little we do to make things a little bit better around us. And you know me, as I said, if I can help one person feel better, be better, or be happier about life, then I've done my part. And when I have people over the years that have said, oh, you've done a lot more than that, all I do is I say, thank you. I'm humbled, blessed, and honored. There isn't anything more that can be said.
Right. Yeah. So then you had something happen today, but you also told me that you just felt his energy just at certain times too, right?
Yes.
Throughout the entire, since the initial introduction.
Yes. Like our other friend that we know, who has a being with her that can travel, has a ship, and that's happened to me as well. I don't remember all these things, but it's happened a number of times in my life. And I wouldn't say it's paranormal. I'd say it's more experiential. You know, being an experiencer is one thing, and having multiple experiences is another. But respecting others and realizing that those who have not had it occur, you have to understand that. There's nothing more to really say, because in each case that I've had in my research and case studies, they all said, hey, take it or leave it. This is the truth. I don't care if you believe me or not. And then that's when I said, there's something more to it.
Yeah. So for the sake of the Pork and Beans gang listening in, and for us, how would you describe that energy when you feel it? His energy.
It's the first word that comes to mind is cerebral. It's just, I can feel it. I don't know what type of physical stimulus or situation is. Not that it's just electrical or tingly or anything like that, but it's there. You just know you're not alone. I just know I'm not alone. That's
right.
That's the way for me to explain it.
Does it feel loving or nurturing?
Very much so. Extremely loving.
Okay. So what happened today then?
Well, I just told you earlier that when first I saw this like apple, and it was the color red.
In your mind's eye?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
And then it turned into a heart. And then when I said, is this Ari? His signature with the hex and the A came in.
Oh my God.
And he was down below just going like, yay, like that.
He was?
Yes. His upper body, from his arms to his face, smile, everything. And I'm just like, oh, wow, this is so cool.
So, whoa. That is amazing.
And I'm just telling you, and I was happy. I mean, it was like,
He
"Oh, I
wanted
can't
to he
wait."
wanted to get you ready for the show, give you something to talk about.
So wait a minute. So yeah, no,
Beans got it.
True, I mean, it's true. That's what they do.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you mean? You saw his image and you were just going like, hey, like you got
Yeah, well,
it.
after the apple, and then the
Yeah.
heart, and then the X,
Yeah.
the A across, and then he let that stay. The apple and the heart went away, but the signature was there, and he was just below it with his upper torso and his arms up, going, "Yay!" Kind of like really cool and happy about it.
Oh wow.
And I was like, "Dude, this is so cool," And then it's nothing more than how happy can you be when you know that there are other wonderful beings out there that care enough to take the time to say hello to me?
Well, I'm just as happy as you are because that's the most gratifying thing that for me is when I can introduce somebody to him and this energy or whatever. I'm just experiencing it with the joy just as much as you are because it's humbling, you know.
Yeah, it's happening right now.
Yeah,
It's happening.
Yes,
Yeah.
Beans, it's happening. Don't fart. Okay, I'm fine.
So what are you looking for? And what do you? I mean, you're probably just going to let it be organic or whatever. But what do you hope to what do you hope to achieve with this new relationship with RE?
More contact. I mean, I'm open for it to knowing that he can be like other beings, can be anywhere, anytime, anyone he wants.
Right.
And the fact that he's taken that moment to say, "I acknowledge you. I see you." It's kind of like Avatar, the movie, right? I see you. It's the same type of feeling and I just experienced it again. I know Ari is really happy, and it's a wonderful feeling. And
Yeah.
as far as what to achieve with it, no, I think it's already achievement. It's being in communion with your fellows and other beings who care about you as much as you care, which helps me to try to be more positive and more caring to my fellow man. And
Yeah.
that's the positivity and the achievement that comes from it is if I'm doing a better job than I have in the past, which I look back even a few years ago, I go like, oh, what a moron. Hey,
We've all had that.
yeah. Well, honest people have that. You go like, you dumbass. And then now you go like, look at all these doors opening that are so subtle, so quiet, so loving, and so caring. Just take it for what it's worth, and everyth's going to work out just fine.
But I think because you're already on that sort of like high vibration, whatever, and you're a very heartfelt and person.
You're in
I
love
think
boat.
you just take it all in stride. I mean, you find joy in these experiences, but you also take it in stride, right? It's just like,
Yes, I'm not expecting anything. I've already been, to me, blessed that I'm part of this type of community, and it doesn't get any better than that. And there's nothing to really expect of it except I know I'm not alone, and it helps me to grow and to be better and to be a better person before I change this life out for another one.
I would suggest that you, if you want to, ask him to teach you and to work with you.
Okay, yeah.
Because if he's making that kind of contact, I think that's available to you. And I'll tell you, once you get that going on, there's no coming back from that.
You remember what I said earlier in the broadcast? All you have to do is ask.
All you have to do is ask. Ed, did you say a little earlier? Did you say that you've been on craft, or you've been taken on craft, or you?
No, I have not. I've experienced them. I've seen them, but I've not been.
In other words, lights in the sky kind of deal. Yeah.
Right. I've not been invited, and in my case studies, it'll come out in the book. Most of these are not. These are not abductions. I'm also very weak on abductions or the committee of abduction scenarios. What I found out in the people with whom I met, who approached me in almost every case, sometimes in social media. A group and a friend in England or another country would say, you know, I think that Jim is the real deal. Would you like to interview him? And that's how it happened to me in a number of cases. But the cases I found out were not abduction, they were invitations, like Ari, invitations.
Can you talk about some of your other visitations? You talked about, well, there was Tress's entity
Sure.
or being that visited you, but there were other interesting things. I'm trying to think of, there was another interesting story that we talked about that
There have been so many.
Recall.
There have been so many. That's why sometimes I can't bring it up to the top.
We'll talk about some of the other experiences you've had in Spain.
Back to Tress, that was very similar to what, before you and I met, and you know, I interviewed her and we had a really good interview like you and I had, you know, a couple of weeks back. Tress is very interesting. She's also the real deal. My wife loves her to death. And that was the most recent too, with the being that's with her all the time. And she can see, and she is knowledgeable of her present and past lives, you know, with her home planet, Sakruma. And she was very eloquent, very direct. She even spoke in their language and sung, and it was beautiful. So her being friend is with her all the time. When she first met me, she said there are 6 beings around me that like being around me. And then when I said, well, explain that a little bit. Well, then she says, well, here's Tibrin, Tibrin, and he is a gray, and, you know, he likes spending time with her. And he also has a craft. So he came and visited me, and it was not really any different than Ari. And it was very positive, very loving, very caring, and saying, hi, I'm here. Hello. And then Tress came the next day and I hadn't said anything. She said, oh, he came to visit you. Did you see him? And I went, oh, shit. Yes. You know, so it was just really great. It was no negatives. Earlier on, some of the like one that stands out right now, this took me 2 years of cross-referencing as an investigative journalist and writer with a gentleman named Jim Thompson, who lives in Arkansas. And he had a girlfriend at the time, and she would espouse all this religion and, you know, God this and angels that and blah, 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 blah. And then I said, well, then they were compelled to go off a path when they were heading back home. They were in Western Tennessee. And Ava, which we know now, compelled him to go off the main road into an area where there was no one, and there was like an empty house. And then she manifested and came there with her craft and 6 little pinkish green guys that were, you know, artificial. They weren't, you know, they were manufactured pretty much, but they were her helpers. And she came and visited Jim. Her girlfriend freaked out. Like, okay, I've got all these preconceived thoughts, you know, like Beans is saying about past religions and things. Wow. She freaked out. And so Ava immobilized her and said to Jim, I had to do that so she wouldn't hurt herself. That's when Jim looked at her and he said, what do you think? I find you interesting because people bleed, you know, telepathic thoughts and things like that. And Jim didn't. He says, well, what should I think? You're here. I'm here. You're right there in front of me talking to me. And I'm right here listening. And now I have questions. And that one is on my website about a friend of mine out of Las Vegas, an extraterrestrial invitation. And then I asked Jim when we started doing, you know, I cross-referenced everything. I want to make sure that I'm not being fooled. Well, I wasn't. And I actually asked Jim, I said, what title would you like for what we're about to do? And he said, Skeptic Broken. That is on my website also right now. And it's around, you know, 5,000 to 6,000 words, but it took us 2 years to get through all that. I've got over 100 pages of notes. And so we went through it. He spent 4 hours on the craft. And then, you know, he was even asked, well, would you like to go anywhere? You know, what would you like to do? He says, well, take me to the moon. And they went, it was like a second later, they were there. He's going like, holy cow, and they could make the walls. And this is not just this case, there's been other ones. where the wall becomes transparent and you can actually see outside the craft. And, he asked things like, why didn't you pick a policeman or a politician or some famous person to talk to or to, come into contact with? Why did you pick me? And she said, because you're unique. You don't have the preconceived thoughts. And so he said, well, then I do have a number of questions. And he spent 4 hours on that craft. He even asked about the power source. She took him to the room where the power source was. He even asked her, and he said that source of power she had would power Little Rock, Arkansas for 5 years. And so we went into that kind of detail. And I've never been disappointed. And again, for me personally, to be in communication and communion with beings or people like this, I'm thankful, I'm humbled, I'm honored, and honestly blessed. And Jim took the time, and in every case of these people, I'm talking even communication with whales and telepathy with whales.
Oh, that's
from a
cool.
gentleman named Jim Pushinsky, and he is richer than rich. And when Facebook, the website, we were having trouble, he contacted him personally, said, what are you doing to this guy? That's the most wholesome website that's out there. And that was my past host, not what I've got now. But these case studies, like with Jim, took 2 years. Jim took us about 3 months, but he was so eloquent in how he spoke and delivered what he had experienced and I don't believe I have that one on the website yet, but I'll get it up there. Like I said, there's been 500 articles. Not all have been my case studies. I'm very interested in space, NASA, and things like that as well on the technological side of what, we're learning. And because when I was
Do you know a guy named Ray Hernandez? Ray Hernandez.
It sounds familiar, but I can't.
Yeah, the Dr. Edgar Mitchell Foundation for Research into Extraterrestrial Encounters.
No, I've not been able to meet him. No.
Yeah, he was a friend of mine for a long time. All through the whole time when he was contacted and put together the organization. That was an amazing story. But that's how I kind of got started on my YouTube channel. I was acting as a volunteer for them to interview people, and that started off really good because I was getting really good contacts.
Mm-hmm.
But then the academics inside him kicked in, and they said, "Well, he's not an academic. He shouldn't be asking any. He has no right to ask any questions of contactees." And I was like, "Okay, so." That took about 4 or 5 months for them to squash that. You can't use doctor, you can't use our name, our foundation, you can't do this, you can't even say anything about us and stuff. Anyway, but that was a really interesting, if you ever look that up, because it's the survey that they did was it started off with about 3,000 people and ended up with 6,000 people.
I will take a look because I have bookmarked the Edgar Mitchell Foundation, and I really liked his work. The fact that, and you're so knowledgeable about so many things that I know nothing, that I appreciate that. So to me, academics or academia is a moot point. I've met some of these people in academia that are about the dumbest son of a guns I've ever seen.
Education does not equal intelligence.
No, sir. And it sure does equal agendas in a lot of ways.
Yep.
But some of the most fun and best people I've ever met are just the standard run-of-the-mill, I'm here, I'm alive, I know what I saw, I know what I've experienced, I'm welcome to share it, and we don't make any agendas on it. That's all I know. To have that happen to you, though, Beans, good Lord, that's hypocrisy to the max.
Yeah, and I did this film for them, right? We had this guy in Miami, right? I only lived about 5 miles from him in Miami. That's how we hooked up.
Wow.
He got a hold of this guy. I forget what his name is, Pablo or something. I forget his name, even though I made the film. So we go over to this guy's house, and he was like the world's oldest experiencer. This guy was like 97 years old, and he'd been having contact since he was like 4, and he was living in Cuba. He was a Cuban man. And it was amazing. I mean, this guy's story just went on and on and on, and he had a giant pyramid in his front yard, made out of copper pipes. That was kind of fun.
Wow.
You know what happened? At sort of at the end of his story, is one of these ETs have been friends with him for his whole life. So you're talking, 97 years, right? That's how old this guy was. And one of the ETs that had been with him his whole life, and I mean, they would talk to him daily about what he should eat and if he should change his diet, and and anything that he needs. Right, they were like right there. Anyway, one of these ETs died, and then he decided he would die in this guy's living room because he was so far away from his home planet
Mhm.
that he actually died in the living room. And I thought that was just an incredible story. And these particular ETs had 4 arms and 2 legs, and they were kind of like ant type people.
Oh,
But they were humanoid kind of ant type people.
Okay.
hey, somebody doesn't like me anymore here. I just got a message. You want to hear what I got a message for?
Sure.
Never happened. You're temporarily blocked. It looks like you were misusing this feature by going too fast. You've been temporarily blocked from using it. If you think this doesn't go against our community standards, let us know.
That's good old FB.
Somebody's
What's
listening
that?
in. They don't like what we're talking about, I guess.
I wonder how could they block it? They can't block Zoom.
Well,
Yeah, you're
the
live
Zoom is still
streaming.
going. The Zoom is still going, but my Facebook screen, like I'm looking at it, well, I don't know.
I don't know.
Everything else is whited out.
I'm watching you live on a Pork and Bean show, and it's all running good there.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Everything's looking good here. If I may say, Brian, I ran into that scenario with them a while back now, whether someone didn't like what I'd said or done. I went through this for about a month and a half. And by the way, first, Mr. Beans, I went to see about Ray Hernandez. Now that I know he's passed and he's much older, there was nothing there on Facebook, but there's a lot of Ray Hernandez's, and I'm not friends with any of them. So I just wanted to answer that part. But I went through that scenario, Brian, that you went through, and I wound up after I blocked my 500th fact checker. And for people listening and watching, I will state for them to know, you have fact checkers that are like academia. Some of them are dumb as rocks, and they think they know everything. So what I went back in when I kept getting, you're blocked here temporarily, this, that, and the other. And then I said, okay, I'll do it my way. I contacted Facebook. I said, look, this isn't working right. All I'm doing is trying to help give the truth, the best truth I can to people. And if I make a mistake, I make a mistake. I'll own up to it and get rid of it or whatever. But so I just went in, and people, so fact checkers come in all names. And all you need to go is to go to your block column on Facebook where you block people and start entering in the name fact check or fact checkers, fact finders, fact hunters. There are hundreds of names and you can't get them all. But I just started, I said, I don't mind if it takes me from now to eternity. I started blocking all of them. And after about the 500th, I got a message from Facebook saying, look, we know something's wrong and we're trying to fix it. Just hang in there. And then all of a sudden I got new software for the Universal Digest site, and and everything is working fine.
So what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Am I going to not be able to get on Facebook now, or what?
Well, can you have your Facebook open, right?
Well, I'm looking at.
If we can do it all.
I can see our Zoom call here crystal clear. Are we still playing in Facebook?
Yeah. Everything I've looked at, it looks normal.
But what I'm looking at, like my column for all my comments on Facebook and whatever, it's all like kind of, I can see it, but it's whited out kind of. I can't do anything with it.
That's weird because I'm looking right now and it says Facebook has blocked Brian all the way through. No, I'm just teasing. It says live now, Pork and Beans show, Ed Smith, Pork and Beans. Everything looks normal. I click on it and I go right to the site and I'm looking at this right now. And it is not moving unless I do Are you all still there?
I don't understand,
Yeah.
Brian, because we only got 16 comments. That's not a lot of comments.
I'm looking at the comments now.
I don't understand, Brian, because we only got 16 comments. That's not a lot of comments. Turn your mic
I'm
down.
looking at the comments now.
Who, me? No, it's not me.
Let me get out of here.
It was Ed there.
Okay.
Now you're on mute.
Now unmute yourself.
You gotta mute the YouTube the Facebook.
Sorry.
Turn that down. Then
I'm
you're okay.
sorry. I got rid of Facebook. I noticed it was double billing and there's a little slight delay, but the fact that I looked it up, it's gone now. Brian, everything was running fine.
Well, that's weird. I wonder what's going on with me.
Well, okay. I actually agree with Michael. There's only 16 comments. The last comment was an hour ago.
Mhm.
I don't think, even though I can see us, I don't think we're live. I mean, I don't think we have an audience anymore.
I'm showing on our screen here, Beef, that is showing Facebook. View stream on Facebook, copy streaming link, showing live recording. And when I went to Facebook a few moments ago, sorry about the audio, guys. Everything was running fine.
Yeah, but why wouldn't there be? So usually there's conversations going on in the comments.
Right. That could be true. Maybe they cut it off. Maybe they took it off live feed on Facebook.
Yeah, maybe
At
they
least
did.
limited its reach. I don't know.
Maybe it's too much fun. We're having too much fun.
Yeah, well, that goes back to academia, doesn't it, Mr. Beans? Some
Yeah.
people over there are as dumb as a box of rocks.
Yeah, I'm temporarily blocked, so I
Well,
don't know.
we don't say dumb as a box of rocks here because it insults the rocks.
Yeah, I'm
rocks
sorry.
have consciences. So what,
Yeah.
Beans, have you run up against this before where you're temporarily blocked?
I don't know what it's about. What you need to do is protest. Instead of just clicking OK on it, you go in there and it gives you an option to give them feedback, and you always go in there and say, you give your protest. This is, I don't agree. There's nothing was wrong.
Beans, the last time that happened to me, every time I got what Brian's getting, I disagreed. I went through every window, and guess what I did? I did screensavers of every one, all of them. I've got an entire file.
Yeah.
And I was ready to go to war with them just on that fact until they fixed everything. So
Well, unfortunately, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do all that stuff.
We get off the air. I'll show you. It's not hard.
Well, the only thing is I can't get on Facebook though. So
What
do you mean? You're not on Facebook? You got kicked off Facebook?
I'm blocked, temporarily blocked.
Huh.
My Facebook screen is like completely whited out.
You can't answer anything like Beans is saying?
The only thing I can do is press OK on the temporarily blocked.
Don't do that.
No, don't. I have to get my phone.
Screen share, Brian. You can screen share it. You're on Zoom, so from Zoom you can go to screen share, and then you can bring up your whole thing. We can all look at it.
Yep.
Then we can have it. What do you call it? It looks like you've missing this feature by going too fast. You've been temporarily blocked from using it. What feature are they talking about?
Yeah.
That's confusing because what do you mean going too fast? I don't understand that part.
This feature, and this is.
I've seen it before, and I did answer okay, and I didn't have any more trouble on that one.
Well, what do you mean?
This one you should hit OK, Brian. Hit OK.
I should?
Yeah.
Yeah, try it. Just see if you get your screen back.
Oh.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay, and then you can see that our chat is there, and so is Echo Whispers with Tress. And when I minimize this screen, you got another friend of yours, so you might want to minimize those screens.
I just want to see if our show's playing, and then I'll get out of this. So it's kind of disturbing for. Wait a minute.
God, who's that face?
Are we playing live?
Yeah, you're right there. Go ahead and minimize your chat screens, Brian, please.
There we go. Okay. So I can't see. I can't see as we're. Anyway, this is not good talk, but not compelling for the audience. But we'll get back to the discussion, guys. I don't see us playing live though. Do you?
Chaos. We got to have room for chaos.
Are we live on the show?
Yeah.
Yes, you're live on the show.
Why can't
For
I
the
see
fourth
it?
time. You got to listen 4 times. We said we're live on the show. So listen.
I understand that, but I can't see it.
Well,
Oh,
you
there
don't
we are.
count.
There we are. Okay, there we
You
are.
don't count.
Okay. Beans has got you down there, Brian.
Oh, wait a minute. I seen some guy said, Beans, you're dead nuts on with that comment.
Said I had dead nuts. I could agree with that.
Well, at your age, I would.
Well,
No. You've got vintage nuts.
oh man, this place is taking a turn. Now if
Vintage
we're not
nuts. That's a nicer way of saying it, isn't it? Like a collector's item.
I just don't know how to answer that, Brian.
Okay, so anyway, I guess we're okay. So let's
nuts kind of came into my mind.
There you go.
let's
Beans.
get back to some stimulating conversation.
Yeah, before we go nuts.
So where did we leave off before all the chaos started?
Well, we were saying that Sasquatch and the ET are on the same team, along with the angels on uplifting humanity.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that.
Do you agree with that, Ed? Now that did you know about? Okay, let me back up a little bit. You knew about the angels and the ETs and what they're doing. Now that you've been introduced to Sasquatch, even on a I wouldn't say rudimentary level because you're getting pretty evolved contact. But do you feel that they're all kind of in conjunction, working together?
Anything and everything, everyone. And I just remembered something else I did share with you. Port that I'll get into. Yes, I agree. They're all in part of the synchronicity, whether they're angels or Sasquatch or some of the Greys. We're all in one big, kind of a big team. This very loving, very positive. Yes, I agree.
Team inside out.
Yep.
Team
On a
inside out.
universal
That's
scale.
it.
I'm going to go and grab myself.
I'm going to let
Beans
ETs don't like to put you in a classroom and teach you stuff. They just give you little dreams and feelings and stuff. Same thing with the Sasquatch. If I really wanted to, he could show up in your house, but that's not what he did. He just gave you a little vision here, a little prop there, and then we have to put it together. So we sort of we have to do it from the inside out. There's always room for doubt But it's the same thing. Look at all the people who've had a near-death experience. That's the angels directly to Godhead coming in and saying, "Listen, we're going to tune you up. And in order to do that, we're going to have to kill you a little bit, and then we'll bring you back, and then you'll be upgraded. But you don't remember any of that stuff. All you remember is the near-death experiences. So it's the same thing going on many levels.
Many levels, Frank. And as Brian was asking, there was something that I just recall that happened to me personally about 2-3 months ago. My wife was with me. We went to go to the grocery store, as everyone needs to do sometimes. We had already started traveling in the car, and then I remembered we were already half a mile from the house. I said, I need some AA batteries. And so we took a different route and went to Harbor Freight to get some AA batteries. I was at the cashier stand, and the nice lady, we were, chatting, and I said, here's my phone number for my account, blah, blah, blah. And then she kept looking to the right. And there was, when I followed her eyes, there was a gentleman, Hispanic in nature, and he was looking right at me. And I know some Spanish, so being that I just said, let me go ahead and ask in his native language. And so he looked right at me and didn't answer the cashier. He pointed at me and said, God bless you. I said, God bless you too. ¿Cómo te llamas? What is your name? And he says, Miguel Angel. And that was Michael Angel. And I said, "De donde son?" Like, where are you from? And he said, "Heaven." And he said, "God bless you," and shook my hand a second time. And I'm really paying attention now. I said, "Well, God bless you too. Thank you so much." He said, "Nobody believes anymore, but you believe." And then the third time he said, "God bless you." And I just said, "Thank you so much. God bless you too." And it struck me, and some, I asked my wife, and she said, "I don't know if somebody's playing you up." I said, "No, I didn't get that sensation." Like Brian said, or, B says, the energy. I felt this presence, an incredible presence, and a very loving presence. The person turns and walks away, and I paid for the batteries. And then on the way out, I said, "Where did he go?" She said, "Well, it looked like he was heading to that aisle, but he just disappeared." And so well, okay, this is interesting. So I have a very good friend who is a pastor, has a really cool church, and he is very well versed, fluent in Greek, Arabic, and Aramaic. He's a PhD. And he looked at me, and I told him what had happened. And he said, "Would you like some validation?" And so he pointed over to 2 Corinthians, verses 11 through 13, about Paul in his work with the Corinthians. And it was right there about the validation when he got visited by God. And so then I told a couple of friends of mine who are also authors, and they said, you know what I'm getting? You were visited by Michael the Archangel." And it was like, I said, "Well, hallelujah, this is fantastic." It's just one of the more validations I've had in my lifetime that helps. And again, all I am is blessed, thank you, honored, and humble. I don't know anything more than that. But he gave me that validation, said, "Here, check this out." He said, "It's real." And so we all have in our own sphere of existence, like you beings, where you've learned so much about certain forms of civilizations and how long we have been here in areas that I have not. But I listen to it and I go, wow, that makes all the sense in the world. So it's little things
That,
like
that
that.
was that was from some people they found in China. They tested their bones. They were anatomically human,
Mhm.
and that the ground was 200 million years. So they
Wow.
were kind of smallish humans, like Lucy size. But even so, we've been around a long time.
I don't disagree with you. And isn't there kind of like, if you think about the circumstances of what's happening with us now in our present lifespans, it seems like time is going a lot faster, almost like we're near a black hole. But at the same time, things are taking a lot longer to get done than we ever thought. Does that make sense to you,
I
Beans?
can feel it. I don't know if it makes sense, but I can feel it.
Yeah. Well, that's just one of a number of other things that I don't recall properly. I don't like to recite something if I don't have full clarity, because I might make
I
an
think
error.
we have abilities that we've been lied to, told we're not God. You're not God. Only the Anunnaki are God, or you're only the Pharaoh is God, or only, we've been told that for too long, and it's sort of. But we have these abilities like invisibilities and teleportation and stuff like
Mhm.
that. I was taken on a craft once, for about 5 hours. I was on it for 5 hours, and I was
Mhm.
given a little talk on some stuff, and then I decided, well, listen, it's been like 2 hours. I need to want to smoke three. It was 3 hours. And I said, oh, let me go back and smoke a cigarette and come back, right? Take a little break. Because I was up on a stage. The idea was I was like on a stage, like a teacher's stage, like at a college, where he's up on a little dais, and then there's like a little auditorium there, and it's small. So most of it hold is maybe 100 people, so it's small. Anyway, so I just said, listen, I'm going to go home, and I'm going to be back in 10 minutes, and then like that, I was back in my bed, got up, went and smoked my cigarette, walked around outside, came back and laid down. And as soon as I laid down, closed my eyes, I was back up there, and it was like to me, that was like, okay, it's fantastic that I was talking to him about what I was talking about and all that kind of stuff. But to me, my takeaway from it was that in the right vibrational frequency, all you got to do is think. If you right now you're thinking about maybe going and getting a sandwich. Let's say we're doing that, and as soon as you think about going and getting a sandwich, imagine if you were there in front of the refrigerator pulling out your stuff. So and I think I really don't think that was them using some kind of mechanical device or electromagical device to transport me back and forth. I don't think that's the way it happens at all. I think the way it happens is there's a frequency, right? And that I was the place that I was in, the whole little place I was in, the place where they were in, they had that frequency set up, so you could come and go, right? And I think, and I'm not the only one. This happens to actually millions of people. There's some people get taken on craft 3 times a week, right? You've interviewed those kind of people 3 times a week. That means they go through the ceiling and they go out their house and take them out with the car. They go out and they come back. They go out, and I don't think that's like magic wand that these guys are doing.
Yeah.
They set up this frequency and they have intentions up there. They set up that frequency for you, and they just imagine you coming. I think that's part of a reality that we're going to be coming into a little more and more, or the recognition of what we already can do, because the people who do things like out of body experience, the people who have when they leave their body when they go dreaming and stuff. Well, they talk about that's how you can move very fast in the out of body experience kind of a thing, just by thinking about where you want to go.
What did the other beings when you were with them look like?
They were really interesting. They're about 5'5" to 5'7", I'd say, and they had these kind of black. They looked really nice, like they were tailored, like jumpsuits kind of a thing. But didn't look like a mechanic's jumpsuit or an airplane pilot jumpsuit. They were like black. But then they had this kind of a white sock on their head. It was like their whole head was like you couldn't see their face. It looked like a cloth kind of a thing, like if you had a sock there. So I couldn't see the nose, face. You could just see their head. But I was in telepathic communication with them.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, we've experienced it. And
you ever heard any beings like that?
No, you see, what you said earlier helped me to understand something. We are contacted at the level or that vibration of that which they know we will most appreciate and understand, without being shocked or discombobulated, for lack of a better word. And I've been contacted that way. The door is open and I ask, I don't mind. And yes, some of the different case studies I've conducted had different beings. And some, like Ava with Jim's case, she was about closer to 7 feet tall and very human, and showing, this is why I'm not shocked about historical aspects of life and death or resurrection or anything else, because you can be at that level, you can do and be anything you want. Because Ava actually disintegrated down to bones and muscle and internal organs, and then reanimated herself, holding his shoulder, saying, "You see what I mean?" And
that's a teaching. You know what I'm saying? That's a teaching, and Irie's given the same kind of teaching to Brian many times, where he's shown up in like, I guess Brian one time said he had 12 different modalities where he, there's smoke and there's this way and that and is black and is shimmering and all these different kind of ways that he could show up. And I think this is a teaching, to say, well, this is the underpinning of the reality that we're in now, and that we all have these abilities.
I like how you said that, and I agree with it. That's a very good way to state. In my case, I've only experienced like with you in sharing with me at that level that you did. But I appreciate it because that means I've been exposed to it, and therefore I've learned more from it. But these in-depth studies I did was once completed, you walk away going, well, there are the facts. I mean, take it or leave it. There it is.
Yeah.
And they visited you. Have you been invited more often or less often or more than a few times?
No, they said that I had a project to do here, and they wanted my report on it, and that's what I gave the report on. And but before that, I've been taken a couple of 2 or 3 times by the Grays, and then we had kind of like a little difference of opinions. Uh, I thought they were assholes, and they didn't think that. So we had a little fight, and since then they haven't bothered me anymore.
That sounds about right. If I can digress just a little bit on that about Ike Eisenhower and what his family members divulged. Before I get into that, I've always liked Roswell, and I have some people who've conducted incredible research, and I am honored that one of the people whose grandson is a friend of mine now in social media. And all I said, welcome. I'd be honored because we're all in the same fishbowl and we're all the same experiencers of what we've endured. And he's seen some of the evidence too. So now we're friends. So these people globally that I've met is wonderful. But I go back to Ike Eisenhower, where it has been claimed that he did have a visit from they call them Pleiadians or the very tall human-like beings, and they warned him about the Greys. They said, they gave him an ultimatum. They said, we will show you all our technology if you will end the use of nuclear weapons. And of course, he and the government officials and all said, we can't do that. I mean, to me, I'd have been going like, look, these are beings from elsewhere that are coming here to communicate, to give you technology and things that you would not probably have for thousands of years. And it's a small price to pay to get rid of some really dangerous weapons. And
except that everybody's got to get rid of them.
No, they did. They said everybody must. And of course, everybody refused. And of course, we've got the different national interests. So trying to get people to agree on that level would have
that's
not
the
happened.
thing. How do you get everybody to agree? And how do you trust them that they agreed, so.
And then he was contacted by the Greys, and these other beings said, be very careful about the Greys. They are manipulators, and they'll share technology with you, but for a price. And they don't care about the nuclear weapons. So that's what happened. We made agreements. They said, well, we're doing our own research and studies. We'd like to, abduct other beings or, animals and things like that, to make a long story very short. And Eisenhower said, well, when it comes to the humans, okay, we'll agree to that, but you can't harm them. And they have to be returned from where they came, unharmed. And so the Greys said yes, but we know in some cases that have, like in Whitley Strieber's case and in others who have reported being in contact, that Fire in the Sky with Travis Walton and others like that, and he's come under a lot of fire. The thing is, they have been harmed.
I don't think his was Grays. I thought he made a distinction that they were some other type of being.
You could be, Frank. I don't remember exactly, and I'm only bringing it up for the educational purpose. That
we have just like a very small vocabulary about that. But what I've heard is there's over 2,000 different species fly by the Earth every year, and there's around 200 that might stop and look at some flora and fauna, and then there's the rest of whatever it is, 25 or 30 that are actively engaged in what's going on. So there's a lot going on out there that we don't know about.
Yep. I'll be glad to share this one for you too. It's not paranormal. This is nuts and bolts. When we lived in Los Angeles County, It was soon after Mount Pinatubo had blown, the volcano, and we saw the red dust in the air, and the temperatures went down by 3 degrees. This is why I laugh about global warming. If you get more dirt in the air, it cools down the earth. And what happened there, it lowered our temperature by 3 degrees. We had noticed that there were a man, I think it was Sicily or Italy, named Cristo. He was an artist, and he constructed these blue and green umbrellas. On Japan's eastern coast, they put the green umbrellas, if I get the color right. And on Interstate 5 up the west coast of the United States, he erected a number of blue umbrellas. Now, I'm just saying this for educational purposes because I can't prove it. Soon after, before the umbrellas had been taken down, and unfortunately one woman in the car was killed when the wind had blown an umbrella and it hit her car and killed her. But when they were removed, before that happened, we started hearing a series of sonic booms, and it was definitely over the Pacific Ocean. And then we didn't hear anything from anyone else more about it. But we thought the timing of all this was almost like Cristo putting a map up there for these beings to come down, and land where they wanted to be, or the best place possible. And then the umbrellas were gone, and we never heard any more sonic booms. I have a friend who was in Scotland that we talked about the Aurora project, and where they used, ramjet pulse technology, and that could make a lot of noise too. But I don't think this was the case. I think we had other beings landing here, and they're with us now. And I found too, when I was, remember I mentioned about liking space and NASA? When I was a kid, I kept scrapbooks of everything from Sputnik, Echo, all the way up through the Firestone program, the Apollo series, and like that. And I would put these articles in my scrapbooks. Ultimately, I moved somewhere else, and my father had taken them, and a rainstorm came and just destroyed everything. But I got something from the Atlanta Journal and Constitution, and it said there were 7 objects approaching Earth and close to the speed of light. And then I never heard any more about it, but I read the article, and they said they're heading right for Earth. And then I saw nothing more about it. I just wanted to share that with you.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Did you want to? You said one of your passions is Roswell.
It is, but I never really researched it.
Oh, okay. So, I was going to ask you, what did you know about it, and what do you think went on? You don't.
I depended on some other friends of mine in ufology. Also, there was so really, I think it's all real. Yeah, there was a crash. There was more than one crash, and the gray beings. I can share this with you, but if I told you who they were, I'd probably have to kill you. So you know how the military operates, right? Anyway, I had direct contact with one individual in particular when a lot of stuff was moved years earlier from Area 51. There's nothing there really like that now. Bless you.
Thank you. Wow.
You're welcome. And yo mama. So anyway, and it's like I almost forgot my train of thought because I was diverging back into
Roswell.
humor. Well,
somebody told you something or whatever.
He's classified. He was in one of the armed forces. They had moved the beings to Wright-Patterson. He had actually physically seen.
How many beings were there?
There was one left. One or two others had died, and one was in kind of like captivity, but he had his people who were taking care of him. And actually, this particular gray had a really cool sense of humor. He liked to taunt his caregiver, and my friend saw this happening, and it was he chuckled because it was hilarious.
Well, but that fascinates me. Go into more detail about that. Like, give us an example of how he would interact with his caretaker.
He'd do things like move objects or make fun of him. I don't remember the exact detail down to it because my contact couldn't tell me very much. Instead, he had probably said too much already. Okay, because all this is still quite classified. But the being that remained happy, content, but he was a mischievous individual, mischievous being, and he liked to play practical jokes on his caretaker.
Cool.
So that was pretty much it.
So wait a minute. So let me just ask you this. Are the grays completely, I guess is organic the right word? Because some people say they're machines or part machine or something. Are they flesh and blood and just like?
They are flesh and blood, yes. But these autopsies and things like that, I think all that is a bunch of, there's been more hoaxes than what really had happened. Are they manufactured genetically? Could very well be. Some have said the origin of their system was, if I get this right, Epsilon and Eridani, or somewhere around there, and they had come here, visiting Earth, for the reasons I mentioned, about Ike Eisenhower. But do they reproduce? My understanding is that they are more created, not physically reproduced, but they are genetically made. Okay,
like a test tube baby kind of thing.
Yeah, not exactly like a test tube baby, but yeah, you could construe it to be that way. Yeah.
Interesting.
And had it not been for direct individual contact with this one person in particular, I would have been more speculative than anything else. But there's a lot of activity. Scads of beings, different, like you were saying, Beans, the 2,000 different species will come by Earth every year and visit or whatever. That doesn't surprise me a bit.
Did you know that people who have been on craft have reported that I think it's number 6 or 7 most common beings sighted on a craft is Sasquatch?
That's what Michael says.
What's that?
That's what Michael says.
Well, that's what Michael said. Yeah, I'm just quoting Michael.
Oh, Frank, got it. Sorry.
Oh. Here.
Leave. My yeah, he did say that, and that makes all the sense to me. But again, I said at the very beginning of our little broadcast here today that this universe is teeming with life. It is ridiculous and small-minded for us to think any different. And let's face it, most people on Earth still think that way.
Yeah. And what's interesting about that is, some people, when they're on craft, they can remember their experience, and some of them are just wiped out. But there was this one particular fellow who was on craft, and he was seeing, I guess this was like a shuttle or whatever for all, kind of, so to speak, for all different types of beings. There was all different races and whatever on this particular ship. And at one point, this guy saw a Sasquatch walk by, and he looked at whoever he was communicating with, or maybe it was telepathic. I'm not sure how the communication went, but he said, what's that guy doing on here? Like, insinuating that it was a dumb animal, like the common perception of Sasquatch. And he was told that's the most evolved, intelligent being on this ship. So
I have, now that you mention it, I recall hearing of that. Yes.
Yeah. So let me ask you something. I don't know if I don't want to ask you. I hate it when people ask me questions that I might not know the answer to, because I know that, you know a lot. You may not know the answer to it, so forgive me if you don't.
But it's not. I'm always learning something, right? Beef. I mean, pork. All these names. My God.
No, but I've heard many times, like with some of these visitors, alien races or whatever that are visiting. I've heard that they say that we're you in the future. Now,
yeah.
Do you know anything about that? And if so, do you know which particular races are saying that?
The ones that were mentioned were the Greys that may have been from the future coming back to here. That's the most that I really recall. But that there were beings that were us in the future type of thing, if that makes sense, because they said these are the evolved beings of us in the future. I've heard that before as well, but that's about all I know.
And it's supposed to be the Greys.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
And not that I totally agree. I know very little about it. And if I don't really know any more than that, I'm not going to blow any sunshine. I'll tell you, I don't know.
Yeah. But you told me about some experience, and we're talking about like visitations or whatever. Maybe it was, and we talked about it a couple times. And I wish you could bring it to recall because it was really important. And I'm not sure if you experienced it or somebody else experienced, but they experienced some being coming to them. Was it Archangel Michael, maybe, or
You were missing in action. I did tell that story to everyone. Yeah, Michael the
oh, you
Archangel.
did. You did tell that story. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
But yeah, we covered it all the way into detail of validation, my pastor friend, and everything. Yep, I did recall that. And
I would have thought he would have been taller, though.
Frank, you know what? Nothing really surprises me anymore. I take it for what it's worth when it happens. He could have manifested himself through another human. You know, it could, all the above can happen.
Or been a dog.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I've
That
always
would've been
said
rough.
that the Sasquatch people can present themselves to you in any form that they want. And I think that they do that for the facts that you were talking about earlier, so that not to alarm people, scare them. So whatever you can accept and whatever, or what you believe they're going to look like is how they can present themselves to you.
Absolutely. Like
and I
when
think-
Sasquatch became an elk for you when you were camping.
Oh, you remember that, eh?
Yes, eh? Mhm.
Beautiful. So, I missed some of the story, but maybe you didn't get into it, all the details. But did Archangel Michael, did he say where he was from, what he's all about, who he
Yes.
is? He
Yes.
did?
Well, he didn't say who he was or what he is. I already know a lot about him from historical text, but he told me he came from heaven. He pointed up, said heaven. And he said 3 times, God bless you, and shook my hand. And then after the second time, he said, people don't believe anymore, but you do.
Excellent.
And I said, well, we're not alone, period. I mean, somebody thousands of years ago, as Frank mentioned about different thugs or beings, all that had their agendas, but even with the First Nation, the group, they can manifest. They saw crows or embodiment of beings and evolved beings in different forms of animals.
Absolutely. Well, I've seen it.
Right, you and your bride. So I mean, it's like.
And so is Kevin, actually. I mean, whoa, Mr. Beef Wellington.
Beef
What do you
Wellington.
tell us? What do you tell for Ed? And it's a great story. Beef.
Please do. Yes.
What do you tell us in detail your story about the because it really it took the my understanding that they could shapeshift into humans to a whole different level. But also after that, I experienced something where I saw a human do things that were physically impossible, and it was Sasquatch behavior. So that kind of was its own thing too. But this absolutely was the cherry on top or whatever, as far as understanding that this is actually can happen. And so you have a shape-shifting experience with a family of Sasquatch that where they were in human form. Do you want to tell us about it?
Sure.
Oh, and don't forget, I don't want to rain on your story, except I will. Don't forget to mention the fact, because you never thought about it before, include this too, the fact that they all came out single file. They never gathered together like regular people would. There was a bunch of peculiarities going on.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Go ahead, Beef.
Okay, thanks. You can interrupt anytime you want, just to correct the record.
Okay. Well, if I think of something that I think is pertinent, yeah.
All right.
I can't wait. I want to hear it.
So the story actually, I'm not going to start with me actually seeing them, because there was a lot leading up to it. To say that my interaction with the Sasquatch people, the forest people around me, changed my worldview, my perspective on what reality my perception of reality, and how confident I was in what I was seeing. They changed everything, and they warned me that they were going to do that.
Mhm.
And so I go on a hike that's very close to my house pretty much every other day. It's my exercise hike. It's about 3.5 miles into a lake and then back out. And I live in the middle of a Sasquatch territory. I moved into their territory, and they made themselves known over the course of probably about 8 years. To say I'm a little slow on the uptake is kind of an understatement. They left me all sorts of evidence that they were around, but all I did was stick it into a data point file. It's like, okay,
Oh,
okay, okay. And honestly, I never thought in my mind, oh, this is Sasquatch, because that's not where I was at. I was in the middle of my career. I was in the middle of raising a family. We bought a house in the middle of the woods, and I was, carving out garden areas, doing the lawn, just doing all the landscaping stuff. And
Mhm.
so when they did finally get my attention, and I acknowledged to them, yeah, wow, you're here. Amazing. This is fantastic. My relationship with them progressed very slow. They took me very methodically through an introduction
Mhm.
and expansion of knowledge into they aren't what I thought they were. um, so I went from thinking that they were kind of an ape-like being, and I'd heard monster stories about them, right? And so my perception of them was not accurate. And they actually, to their credit, had never overtly scared me except for twice. And they did it on purpose. They didn't do it to scare me. They did it so that I could. There was a purpose for it. They wanted me to address my own fear.
Mhm.
But with that said, as we're progressing in this relationship, one of the Sasquatch women that I started, she took an interest in me, and I don't mean
Right.
an interest that was inappropriate. I mean, like she befriended me,
Mhm.
and decided that there were some things about me that she could help, and she did. She did a healing on me that was at a spiritual, emotional level that I don't have words to explain what she did.
Mhm.
All I know is it changed my life for the better. And but as part of this relationship, and her name was Talitha. So as part of this relationship with Talitha, I would go down into the lake area that's where they mostly hung out during the day. At night, they came to my house, and other houses around. And I gave them my chicken eggs, actually. Um, so as I'm going down, she would greet me with, it started out with just a floral aroma and no real energy envelopes or work or whatever. And then over time, that floral aroma changed into like a hug, an energy envelope of love, like
Wow.
and a hug of just acceptance. And again, I don't really have words to describe it except to say that love truly is a frequency, and whatever she was doing was fantastic.
Mhm.
Well, I'd been away for like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, because we went on vacation and I had some work around the house I had to do that was keeping me away. And I finally couldn't stand it anymore. And I went back to the woods, and she greeted me. And it was almost like I was mugged by this incredible love envelope that I've never experienced. It stopped me in my tracks. I just stuck my hands out, closed my eyes, soaked it in, gave back whatever I could. Well, I didn't know whether it was successful or not. And on that hike, I was coming around a corner that was up a hill, and it's a blind corner. As I reached the bottom of where it curves, all of a sudden a voice came into my head that said, literally, prepare to have your life changed forever.
Wow.
Okay. And so within the next step,
No, I'm just joking.
yeah, right. No, I already knew you. Within the next 3 steps, I'm going, did I make that up in my head? Did I really hear that? Because I mean, it wasn't my voice, and it was just a very, very clear look. You're going to experience some things now that, life is going to be very different. Right. And so I came around the corner, and and it's uphill, and so I'm kind of huffing and puffing, I admit it. All of a sudden, I hear this clatter, like this massive commotion. And of course, all of a sudden, my attention is now riveted on the trail ahead of me. And I see this enormous, I'm going to just say because my brain was telling me it was an enormous deer. But my eyes were also telling me that it was not an enormous deer, that it was something else entirely that shouldn't be in my woods. And it went back and forth in my brain. So I was having a hard time perceiving what was actual reality. It was a Sasquatch who was who showed her ability to do shape shifting between a deer and a Sasquatch and back and forth. And then she disappeared up the road. And I was of course wowed at that point, because I still, when you have your reality exploded like that, you have no place to put it, and I didn't. And so I had a 1.5 mile hike out of the lake, and I'm just thinking in my mind, what just happened? Did I really see that? And I, of course, am trying to rationalize in my mind, and of course I'm not being successful. I wanted to say it was a deer, but it was not a deer. It didn't have a deer's butt. It didn't have deer feet. It was something else. Okay, so fast forward literally this was in May. So I had a series of events happen over the summer where just little things, right? Nothing big. And then August rolls around, and I'm able to spend a lot of time in the woods at this point. I'm in the woods a lot. And on one of my trips, I come through. How do I want to put this? So I make it to the lake, and I start back, and I get to a creek that you have to wade through to get to the opposite side to get over to the lake. So I'm coming back, and as I'm coming down the trail to the creek, all of a sudden, out of the woods comes a dog, a little dog. I mean, it's not a big dog, but it's a medium-sized dog. And it's kind of scruffy looking. And I have met a lot of wildlife in the woods. And not very many dogs at all, actually. So this was odd. And the fact that it was off leash, no owner, I started looking at it like, okay, are you a friendly dog or are you not a friendly dog? And I have a good relationship with dogs. Dogs usually have an affinity for me, and it's great. This dog did not give me the time of day. It didn't look at me. It didn't. It came through the water and just trotted on by. About the time it got through the water, out of the woods came, and I'm horrible with children's ages. This child was maybe between 3 and 5 years old, and it's alone.
Whoa.
It's 20 feet behind this dog. Okay, great. And I know that if there had been somebody videotaping me, my eyes would have been as big as saucers. Like, oh my gosh, there is a child that is alone in these woods. I'm going to have to do something. The child is completely freaked out. He's got long hair, and it's a he. Like his mom had never cut it, in which, that sometimes happens. And he's dressed not in worn out clothes necessarily, but it's not the best clothes either, right? They're just clothing. And he comes actually through the water. He doesn't go on the little bridge. He just walks through the water and passes me. And again, his eyes are the size of saucers, and you can tell he's freaking out. And I'm looking at him, and fortunately at that point, his mom walks out of the woods. Like 20. So understand there's a spacing here that's important. 20 feet, and then another 20 feet, and out comes mom. Okay. My sense of relief was so strong. But there was something off about the mom too. She was an attractive woman. She wasn't overly tall. She wasn't overly short. She had brown hair, about the right age to have a child like that, right? And so then my first thought was, oh, good, mom's there. My second thought was, oh, I hope she doesn't think I'm some sort of a weirdo and that she's not going to be afraid, right? Because women, unfortunately, in this day and age, have to worry about creepy guys.
That's true.
And but she was not concerned in the slightest. She actually kind of gave me a smile as she walked past.
Mm-hmm.
And she didn't really say anything. And at about the time she walked past, I got a really slight hint of Talitha's aroma. Okay, it was just a slight hint. And that confused my brain a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're not done yet, by the way. She comes across the water. And again, she doesn't go on the bridge either. She just walks across.
Mm-hmm.
And the next 20, then another 20 feet, and you can't see into the woods from where I'm at. Okay, another 20 feet, her man comes out, right?
Oh.
And he's a young man, he's a man probably in his 20s, and he's probably about 6 foot, 6'2", really well built, looks muscular. He's got a hat on that the whole family is dressed as in like their lower socioeconomic group, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they're all clean, they are all good looking people. Mm-hmm. And he comes by and so she gave me the time of day. She smiled at me. We said hi and all that. And then she continued on. He comes out. He does not give me the time of day. He won't look at me. And he certainly doesn't interact with me. And he walks on by and they're gone. So I head back up to the top of the trailhead, wondering what I'd just seen, because the whole idea of having Talitha's aroma, that was weird. I thought, well, maybe, actually, I couldn't even, there's no maybes. I didn't know. I was still trying to figure it out. So I get to the top of the trailhead and I use this trail for exercise. And at this time I was doing 10 miles on it. So I turned around and I came back. Well, as I'm coming back, I come across the creek going back to the lake finally, and they're coming up from the lake basically this is an old Boy Scout camp, and which no longer has a cabin down at the lake, but there's an old, not very well maintained road that goes down there that's just sort of grown over into a trail. Anyway, so they're coming back up from the lake, and again, it's the same exact order. First comes the dog, who again doesn't give me the time of day, doesn't even look at me. Then comes the little boy, who doesn't look quite as freaked out anymore. It's like, I don't know what the change was. And then there's and I'm gonna say it, there's Talitha walking up.
That's the Sasquatch contact lady, yeah.
That's my Sasquatch contact lady. And we're probably 20, 30 feet apart. And I'm wearing a shirt that says Dr. Pepper on it. And she looks at me and she kind of smiles and she says, "Oh, Dr. Pepper." And I said, "Yeah, I really like this shirt. It's a great hiking shirt." And so she giggles, and then as she passes me, gives me the full Talitha aroma plus the love envelope all at once. Okay. And my brain, so my eyes aren't seeing accurately what's happening. I already know that. And I'm experiencing an energy mismatch between visual perception and energy perception.
Mm-hmm.
And it's freaking me out. I mean, I'll be honest with you, not in a bad way, but I'm having a hard time making sense of reality at this point. Well, and this is the part where I kind of came back to reality. The man came up, and as he passed me, I'm actually trying to catch his eye. I'm trying to look him in the eye. because he was an enigma, and I didn't necessarily feel like he was happy about me or sad about me or anything like that, right? I wanted to get a feel. As he's walking, we get shoulder to shoulder, and I swear to you, he growled at me.
Whoa.
I mean, and we're talking, it was a growl. It was, I do not like you. And he continued on. And that whole situation taken all together, I'm completely off balance in terms of how I'm thinking, what's going on. And Brian can attest to this. I came right up from the lake. Oh, and by the way, I made it to the lake and I was on my way back, and I fully expected to overtake them because, they're a family and they hike a lot slower than me. And I basically almost do trail running. Mm-hmm. And I never saw them again at all. And it's a mile and a half, almost 2 miles out of the lake. So I come back up, not having seen them again, and the first person I talked to was Brian. It's like, Brian, you will never believe what happened to me. And so we talked about it, and we started talking about the evidence of what I had seen versus what I had felt. He goes, dude, that was your clan. That was Talitha. And there was no denying it. And as he said that, so Talitha had been visiting me at my house anyway. Energetically, at least. I don't think physically she was actually here, but I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know. But as we were talking about it, as Brian and I were talking about it, I got the floral aroma and a little love hug and energetically, just like what you got from Ari.
Right.
That was my first real notion that I really can't believe what my eyes are telling me anywhere, because my forest friends, my forest people friends can appear as anything they want to appear as, anytime they want to appear as it. And they can do things that I personally, my brain doesn't want to tell me that this is actually really possible. And so it wants to reject the whole notion. And that was my first big one where it was very clear, very obvious. I've had several since then. One where the young lady so Talitha pulled back because she has a family, right? Talitha pulled back, and then there's another young woman who has sort of taken her place, who's younger and I don't think she has the same abilities as Talitha does, but she still comes and visits, and I still interact with her out in the woods. She also appeared 2 days later or 3 days later as a person to me, with 2 dogs. And there's a couple of things that happened. When the first time I saw the dog coming out of the woods, my first thought was, actually after I saw the whole family come out, I thought, well, that's really irresponsible. They didn't have the dogs on a leash. Right. And that was my only thought. Well, when and the other young lady's name is Misha, apparently. And Misha, when she showed herself as a person, she had 2 dogs with her. One was probably the most regal dog I've ever seen in my entire life. It was white. It carried itself with a regal bearing. Both these dogs also didn't give me the time of day. They weren't interested in being pet or sniffing or anything like that. Well, they both had brand new collars and brand new leashes. You could tell they were brand new. And so I'm thinking to myself, oh, that's just too convenient. My thought was critical back there about their leashes. She's showing me that they got the leashes.
Wow. First thing I have to say is, which is so amazing, the dog's not giving you the time of day, period.
Yeah.
My next thought was that that human that came by you was probably her mate.
Oh, yeah.
The man? Oh, it was.
and it was shape-shifting as a human instead of revealing himself as Sasquatch. The child being freaked out, that's one thing, but dogs don't do that. They will pay attention to you because that's what they do.
That's what they do.
And as Brian Pork and I have talked about, is the females Sasquatch have human DNA. I've been learning a lot.
They all have human DNA.
They all
Yeah.
do.
So, and that notwithstanding, they can manifest themselves in any shape they prefer.
Yep.
So that is really incredible. But what stands out most is the dogs. And then at the very end, because you thought it, suddenly they have leashes.
Right. It was
That's
fantastic.
Yeah.
You know what?
Oh, I missed something there.
It's
Hang
one of the
on.
greatest
Are you
stories. It
saying
really
they
is.
They came up with no leashes, and then all of a sudden they had leashes?
No,
Yes.
this was the second day. This was the second time.
Oh, the second day.
The
Okay.
first time there was no leash
Yeah.
on
No,
the
I get it.
one
I get it completely now.
right.
Because she obviously heard your thought,
Yeah, absolutely.
and that was kind of confirmation too.
It was.
Absolutely. And you know, Ed, there's one interesting thing is that with my female Sasquatch, she's also got a very pleasant, strong, floral, flowery scent or whatever. So that was compelling to Kevin and I when we were comparing notes.
Wow. And the only real difference, you were so meticulous to pay attention, especially in the very beginning of your experiences, say what was 2014, I believe, that they were prepping you, and you took heed to each and every message on the ground, with twigs and leaves and things like that. That beef you did not, and but you made note of it as a data thing.
Mhm.
Whereas Brian took it the step further and finished and completed his book of his experiences,
Yeah,
which I'm
absolutely.
about to get. Yeah, so that's incredible. If you brought something else to mind, is much more brief, but one of my first investigations that I did in the field, self-motivated. I had a friend in Kansas who we did a website that didn't last that long, so it's on my personal YouTube site. But he is a rancher who lives about 40 miles north of here. A very nice family, daughter, has about 275-acre citrus farm on a slope underneath power lines.
Mhm.
We know that most beings of, whenever needed, whether it's nuclear, like I discovered at Rendlesham, and I just still can't believe that they had nuclear ordnance less than a mile from residential communities, because I got classified in 2019 to go take that view, but that's another story. You wanted to say something?
I want to say I live just south of Bangor in Washington.
Bangor, Maine?
No, Bangor, the submarine base in Washington State.
Washington.
That
Okay.
has all of our nuclear subs and has about 1/4 of our nation's nuclear stockpile. It's less than 10 miles from my house. So I get that.
Yeah, I know you do. And this was even a longer story. That's in my book coming out. It's just so much work. But for you to say that, I've been to Puget Sound. I've seen the submarines come in. I've seen whales, but this happened in a town called Sanger. I live in Central California.
Mhm.
And I was contacted, and we're friends to this date as well. I interviewed them on video, on tape, and one of the area TV station producers, newscasters, really liked it and, gave me some attention with it. But I went and we conducted a number of interviews. These beings and his daughter had seen this like car-sized object that was following along the electrical lines.
Mhm.
So I did a short interview on that. The electric company in the area contacted him, Keith, and said, if we catch you using the electrical energy, you're going to go to jail. because we're detecting a lowering of energy coming from your ranch. And it was the crowd coming by getting some more energy as it was, they were
Right.
watching this thing go right along the electrical line. So, and I didn't see the craft, but between his wife and his daughter, they explained it to me. And then we conducted more interviews where Keith has had a number of experiences of these very exotic crafts. Well, one day in particular, to show you how people know about interdimensional travel, down the slope of his ranch was an open field area. Keith was there, running the range with the fencing and everything. And he sees this human male coming down, appearing out of nowhere, walks about 200 feet down the hill, and then disappears again.
Yep.
And he told me, he said, oh, anyway, that I was going to ask you about that. Is
That's my clan leader. He's
okay?
He's between 12 and 14. I can say he's 12 feet tall for sure because that's his shoulder height.
Mhm.
He's between 12 and 14 feet tall. And this white thing right here actually is some sort of an energy thing that morphs. It's a being.
Well, he's partially cloaked. Sorry. Yeah.
No. It actually morphs into something that looks very much like a doll, about 2 feet tall.
Wow.
It's interesting. Anyway, so I forgot my point.
I'm sorry I interrupted you. Well, while you're getting your point back, looking at that picture, I can see the face and the mouth, and especially the left eye.
Yeah.
And around the corner is the right eye, and his nose opening in the middle section there. But it's not a smile, but he's got like a little mouth.
Oh yeah, he is. Well, I just gotten a new camera, and I went down to the woods with the full intention of testing it out. But I wasn't trying to capture. I have never actually tried to capture them on film ever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, film, haha, on electronic media, whatever. We don't use that.
Okay, gotcha.
So this day I just went down, and they had prepared kind of like a scavenger hunt for me. So there was a place off trail that I used to go and meditate. And I just went in to check on it. It's actually February during this time, so there's no leaves on the trees, as you can see. And I just like to go check in my area to make sure that people haven't been there and trashed it up and all that. So I get in there, and all of a sudden I look at the trees, and they've all been scored with like, and they're only the cedar trees. They've all been scored as if just gently raked some nails across and made like blazes, right? Like a blaze would be from a bear or a cougar or something like that. And so, of course, I'm freaking out at this point. But I started to follow the blazes where they led up to, and it led to two things. One was they had some symbol writing etched into the base of a tree trunk. And then they'd left me a gift that I had to have passed on the way in. And so it was right past a fir tree. So the fir tree has a blaze on it, or not a fir tree, a cedar tree has a blaze on it. And then there's an enormous fir tree. And the fir tree is so big that, you know how when fir trees get big, the bark gets really rough, and there's like little indentations and stuff. Well, there's a stick leaned up against the fir tree, and it's pointing directly at a gift they left me, which was a little fishing bobber.
Wow.
And that I was so excited and so happy. Well, it turns out, what I was going to say about this guy right here is he was irritated. I don't think he expected me. I think I caught him off guard because his demeanor, I've got almost 70 frames where he appears, and you can see his facial expression change from initial shock, and we're talking about 1/30th of a second between each frame, right? Initial shock and surprise to irritation to I'm out of here. And then he actually swirls out of existence on film or on camera. I mean, you can actually see it happen, where the whole thing distorts and it actually swirls. It doesn't just go poof. And then all of a sudden he's gone. It's and that, you know what's really weird to me is he doesn't freak me out. I wasn't freaked out by him at all. the fact that there's a 14-foot tall man Sasquatch who is probably the apex person in, the alpha person in the forest.
Right.
It doesn't bug me. What bugged me was watching the little guy, that right in here that looks all white,
Mm-hmm.
Morph from that into a very clear 2-foot tall being. It winks at. I mean, it winks at me. It blinks. Its facial expression changes. The little person freaked me out more than the big person, and I don't know why.
That's amazing. And just hearing what you've had to say correlates very well with what Brian has shared with me. And that's quite an experience.
It's been fantastic. Fantastic.
So are you still in contact at any time?
Yes. They come in. So our relationship changed quite a bit. Actually, it was after this picture was taken, or after this video was taken. Talitha pulled back. They still continued to interact with me with glyphs, but the energy, the energetic love hugs that happened stopped. The Talitha's husband actually, 2 days before they showed themselves, he huffed at me on my hike.
Wow.
He was acting as a lookout.
Mm-hmm.
And as I was leaving the woods, it was a huff, and I felt his energy of, I don't like you. I've apologized to him since, because I kind of get that he felt threatened by the whole idea that Talitha was giving me all that stuff.
Okay. Yeah, he was jealous. Okay.
Yeah. And okay, I get that. So as of today, what happens is, not long after this, I had open heart surgery.
Wow.
And they visited me in the hospital, and the whole clan just, it was an experience that I will never forget. They were with me the entire time. I had a near-death experience while I was while I was dead on the table. And after all that settled down, and I think they pulled back because they felt like I was getting too obsessed, and I was ignoring my own life and was focusing on them. And so they cut back their interaction quite a bit. Every once in a while, the big male shows up in my house, and he's got a sense of humor. The last time he showed up, he decided to let loose a stink bomb that was so bad. It was in the middle of my kitchen, and it smelled like something died in my kitchen. And when I realized what it was, and I discovered the location. I mean, it was very specific where it was at. I looked up because I just knew that's where he was. I said, "Okay, dude, you're welcome in my house, but you got to tone down the smell just a little bit." So I'm sure he was laughing his ass off.
He was giving you back those chicken eggs.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Wow.
So,
what? Yeah, please go ahead. I'm sorry.
So it's the I don't even like to call it interaction. The relationship is ongoing.
Good.
I don't get too stressed out about them not being around anymore. I do sometimes because I miss them, right? When they're busy with their lives, I really do actually miss them a lot. And it's not because I need some sort of a confirmation that they like me or anything, but it's more, we just have a relationship, and I miss it when they're not around. They keep my life really interesting and worth living.
Wow, that's incredible. Thanks for sharing that. That's wow. What a situation to endure and to keep enjoying. It's
Absolutely.
This really confirms more of what Brian and I have had as an experience that Ari is sharing with me, and letting Brian know in his energetic ways, like during the broadcast here is the same thing. You could feel it, and I felt it while I was here too at the same time. In just knowing that they can be anywhere they want, anytime they want.
Yep.
And when they know that you not only care, but you're open, just a completely open vessel, an open mind without reservation, they not only sense it, but they find that to be, if I'm saying this right, reassuring, nice, as opposed to the norm that they notice about humanity. And
what they've been very clear to show me is that humanity lives mostly in fear. And so the reaction, so when someone sees a face like that in the woods, that's 12 to 14 feet tall, most people freeze, freak out, they have PTSD afterwards. Not long after I became aware that they were around, I was down in the woods and I was coming through one of my favorite sections, and all of a sudden off to my right, I could hear towards my back footsteps and like shadowing me in the woods. And that, I'd read about that, or I'd heard about that from other people's experiences. And so I kind of smiled. Oh, that's kind of cool. And but that's not where it stopped, because all of a sudden those footsteps went from slow and stealthy to running, like a big being running. And all of a sudden it was a pause, and you could hear it land. I don't know who it was. I've heard that it was an adolescent. Anyway, it landed in a big pile of brush, and it's like the 4th of July fireworks started to go off, where he's breaking things, and he's not more than 10 feet from me. Well, at this point, I'd never seen a Sasquatch. I hadn't seen one yet. They'd not revealed themselves, and I still can't see because he's on the other side of a brush wall. And I immediately went through that fight or flight checklist. Well, there's no way on God's green earth that a 56-year-old man's going to outrun a Sasquatch. I'm not running.
Negative.
Right? I think I'm just going to stand here and see where this goes. And as he finished, I just turned, I opened up my palms face out, and I said, "Brother, all I want is a relationship with you guys. If that's something that you guys want to, I would be happy." And then I turned, even though I have to admit, inside I'd had quite an adrenaline rush. So I'm shaking a little bit. So I turned and I walked. I didn't run. I didn't hurry. I walked as slowly and purposefully as I could back up the trail. And then I started kicking myself, thinking, well, if I'd have just stood there for a few seconds, I may have gotten my first, visual on a Sasquatch. But as I reflected on it, it became really clear to me they did that for twofold reasons. First off, they have a really interesting sense of humor, right? Mm-hmm. And second, they wanted me to have the opportunity to look at my fear.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lie, it took me 2 weeks before I went back into the woods again.
Oh, sure.
I had to process that, realize they didn't do it to harm me, because if they wanted to harm me, I mean, there's nothing I could do. There's nothing any of us could do.
Right.
Great. And when I realized that I was never in any danger, and it was a trustworthy situation, that I could trust these beings with, me being in the woods, because I've been in their woods for years and they'd never even showed themselves. So there's no reason for me to be afraid. So that's when I went back, and that actually, I think, impressed them, because that's what set the stage for Talitha interacting with me, performing healing on me, and then showing me herself as a person.
Wow.
But we have to be aware too that that doesn't not necessarily mean that Sasquatch is right there with you. They can throw sound or have you perceive anything that they want. Like visual, audible, or sensory. It could have just been they projected that just to test your fear level, or for the lesson that was offered.
Right.
Because that's a fact too. So it could have been, they could have actually been running up to you, or it could have just been they put that in your perception.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know they were laughing their ass off. That's all I know.
Well, that's almost a given.
Yeah.
That part. Well, we've gone on for over 3.5 hours. Can you believe that, Edward?
Yes, I can, Brian. And wow, what an experience. I'll construct the article and say, look, we've talked about current events and times, but wait until you get to the last 2.5 hours. This has really been an incredible interview. I'm very honored to be here with you all. And it's so enlightening and reassuring too, just reassuring. And you're right. You've all stated that so well, that everybody is affected. We're all being accosted by this greater force trying to emanate and cause fear in humanity. That's part of the enslavement of our race, when it totally is the opposite is true, really. We, as Winston Churchill said a long time ago, there's nothing to fear but fear itself. And that's the truth of it. But when you open your mind, your body, and your soul to experience these things that each of us have experienced over the years, it's beyond enlightening. And you know that not only have you learned more and you're sharing more, and others are at least getting something out of it that haven't had those experiences, then this is all happening for a very positive reason.
Yeah. I just thought that fear thing is, they want to test your boundaries so that they can keep you beyond those boundaries with fear. But I'm also thinking, like we as a race live in fear. So I'm wondering if there's a bigger lesson in this, getting over the fear. Like, what do we have to be afraid of? And then if we put that into like our human situation and what's going on in the world today, then that's a very powerful lesson. Because when you're not in fear, you're very free.
And
100%.
And the freedom comes in this. You have to ask, like when I was mentioning earlier, what is fair? What makes life, death, and everything else fair is when you realize that you're an eternal being and experiencing this all together. The next biggest thing is living in the workaday world, they call it, or the retired day or retarded day world, like me.
That was politically incorrect, Ed.
Oh, good. Good. I'm so glad.
Which is good, because that's another freaking lie.
It is a freaking lie.
There's courtesy and being polite and treating people respectfully, and then there's that political correctness, which is a whole different thing. Another tactic.
So then we have to start with this format of thought when we're on a fringe, or no matter what our maturity aspect is as we grow in life. You have to ask yourself, what can I really do about it?
Nothing.
Yeah. I will share a quick one with you that I used to jet set when I was in the oil biz. I was traveling South America, North America, all over the place. And there was an airline, it was Ozark Airlines, by the way, and their glide scope indicator in the cockpit had become oversensitive. So it was jumping up and down, and they couldn't tell within 250 feet what their altitude was. So it was either abort or run the risk of crashing. And then on the way back, we had to fly, because we couldn't stop there. We had to fly back to another location through this horrible, horrible storm. And it was buffeting the plane. We hit air pockets and went down immediately and things like that. And I'm sitting here and kind of white knuckled on the chair. And there was this seasoned businessman sitting next to me. He said, "Son, I got a question for you." I said, "Yes, sir. What's that?" He said, Are you afraid? I said, "Well, yeah, I'm a little concerned. I've not experienced this before." He says, "Well, then you got to ask yourself, are you flying this plane?" I said, "Negative." He says, "Then what can you do about it?" I said, "I know what I can do about it." Took off my seatbelt with everything going and luggage flying everywhere. I went, "Attendants, please, free drinks for everyone on the plane." And they went and got the carts. And they went and just started handing out drinks left and right. And everybody got happier and happier and really didn't care anymore. And the pilot got on. He says, "Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I know we're experiencing some pretty severe turbulence, but I just wanted to give you some assurance. I promise we're going to put you down somewhere. And when I heard that from the pilot, that businessman looked at me and I looked at him, and we both just started laughing. And I said, "This is about the best scotch and soda I've ever had." So anyway, I wanted to share that one with you.
Wow.
But thanks for sharing those experiences, Beef. That's wow. I'll be looking you up here on social pretty soon.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'd love that, because it'd be great to know you better. And pork, beans.
Oh, we haven't come up with a nickname for you yet. Maybe I'll think on that. We'll have you. We'll have you on another show, and maybe we have panel shows all the time. We'll have you as part of that.
Oh, okay. How about
you coming up with a nickname?
Yeah, Lobster Creole.
Lobster Creole? Lobster Creole.
Or
Trio.
Steamed lobster. I don't know. It's my favorite food. So
I think grits and wieners.
Grits and wieners. Wiener. No, how about Wiener Wainwright?
Okay, Wiener Wainwright, but that's better than Shits and Giggles, isn't it?
Wiener Wainwright. Yeah, it is. Wiener Wainwright.
Wait a minute. That's too much like that guy that got in trouble named Wiener, the politician. Let's think of something else. I didn't like that guy.
I kind of like that. But...
no.
This is like a smorgasbord show. We had a little bit like one of those places where you go and they have all these different varieties of food.
Cover everything.
Wait a minute. We got beans. We've got beef. We've got pork. How about Chicken Little? Chicken Little.
Oh, I almost did something with my hands to you.
Bucky, like Bucky. Bucky's something.
How about this? Steak and lobster.
No, it's got a
surf and turf.
No, it's got to be sound like a name.
Like a name.
Well,
beef Wellington. I guess that's
a name.
That's food and a name.
And a name. Pork Cunningham's a name. Frank Oliver Beans is a name. Chicken.
I'm a vegetarian, so I don't have any. I have, unless you call it Frank's. Frank's like a Frankfurter.
Yeah, like a hot dog.
Maybe we'll put that out there for a contest for the group. Let's name Eddie.
Frank's Farter Beans.
Frank's what?
Farter.
Farter, yeah.
Dennis Diner.
Beans make you fart.
Oh, it's good for the heart.
Yeah.
Anyway,
magical fruit.
No, we're not going to go there.
No, that's Frank Oliver Beans.
I just wish for a one time that I could somehow express in words how high and holy and saintly these beings can be. When we talk about a cocoon of love or a shot or a love zap, that you're talking about holy shit. There, you're talking about the highest vibrational stuff that humans have ever experienced. And I know because I made it my business to find the highest, most holy men, the God men of India, and that's what it is. It's very high, pure vibrational bliss, love, truth, God, whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. And then here they are, and these people walking around the woods that are just holy. I don't know if it just words just fall like kind of tinny, but.
We don't have words to describe.
You don't have words to describe it.
No.
Bliss comes close, but then there's this ecstasy comes close.
But it's so much more. Right. So much. It is so complete that I don't know. It crowds out everything else that's negative. What is your deal, Brian?
Look at his name.
It's
Turk Tucker. Turk E. Tucker.
Brian, sometimes I think you've never got past that 12-year-old sense of humor.
Oh,
that's what I really like about it.
I think it's more like 8. But
yeah.
Oh, do you like that? Turkey. Hey, Turkey. No. Our guest, Turkey Tucker.
Wait. I got it. Put down Taco Tuesday.
No, you guys don't get it. It's got to sound like an actual name, not taco.
Beef Wellington doesn't sound like an actual name. That's a dish.
Wellington is a name.
Yes,
and
but
it can be
beef
called
isn't?
beef. I've heard all kinds of weird, yeah, I could.
No, I just think Brian. I mean, Port. You are weird. I think the world of you.
Yes, he is.
When Ari met him, he said, "You know what? I got to keep this guy for comedy relief or something."
I don't know. I kind of like that. Turk E. Tucker.
We'll stay with it.
If you start having more experiences like next week or a week after that, let us know, because that's one of the things that we've noticed about people who've been on the Pork and Bean show is they either have experiences before or after the show. Just a little confirmation, little congratulation kind of.
Yeah, well, beef comes on all the time. He's like a regular.
Okay.
I'm an
periodically.
irregular.
What?
I'm an irregular regular.
Well, you're a regular, but
I'm feeling a little irregular myself.
Right.
But like you're welcome to come back on the show and just sit in as a guest host, and
you can replace Brian as a host anytime you want.
Come on, man. This show wouldn't be the same without me.
Wait, Pork. I just saw Frank Oliver Bean smile. That is a first.
Really? Do you think he's that really serious?
No, he laughs all the time.
Michael laughs all
No, he laughs spiritually.
I actually heard this woman say this one time, and it was like in a guru thing, and she said, "There's no room for fun on the spiritual path. You can only have joy and bliss, but no fun."
Oh my God!
I couldn't believe this lady
I don't
said
think
that.
so.
There's no room for fun on the spiritual path. Only joy and bliss.
Oh boy, what is she smoking?
I don't know. Man.
Okay, I want to make a comment about Brian's background that he's got. Sure. That is actually, if those guys are glowing more and they're more golden, that's what I saw in my NDE.
Wow.
Almost exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you saw light beings, huh?
I was surrounded by, and I don't know the exact number, but there was at least 6, possibly 7. But there was a main one that was closest to me. That was the one I was interacting with. So
yeah, that's what I saw.
How long did it last?
You what?
How long did it last?
I honestly don't know. It didn't seem like very long. I feel so. What happened was, I don't know. When you have open heart surgery, they kill you. I mean, you're dead on the table, and you're out for 12 hours or more, depending, and so it happened at some point while I was not alive. And then when I woke up, or when I became conscious, they allowed me to remember this, because this was, I think that when I went unconscious, this is where I went, where I became aware of my being already here. I don't know how to explain it, but it was pretty surreal and one of the neatest experiences I've ever had in my life. And I woke up 100%.
Except you didn't have it in your life. You had it when you were dead.
That's true.
To be correct.
Well, but it transcended that, because he remembers it now and he's alive.
I know. I'm just making it. That's actually a picture. That's actually a picture of what I saw when I had my whole experience. When I saw the reptilians and the light beings battling over the consciousness and the world and whatever, trying to raise consciousness. That's
you never told me that story. You got to tell me that story someday.
I told you that.
No, I didn't listen.
Do you want to hear that before we close out?
Sure.
No, I wanted to tell you that these beings like that, they're the number one people. What people report being seen on the craft. What kind of aliens? The number one is light beings. Beings that look like that, with light coming out of their body, or they have a hoodie on, or they have like robes on with a hood, and the light is coming out of that, or they're an orb of light. So that's kind of interesting that that's like the most common, Then after that comes the human types, right? But it's the light beings. That's the most seen on the craft. And
Yeah.
Well, all I know is I was in their care, and I felt like I was in their care, and the amount of compassion, peace, and love being generated, or I don't know.
One quick question on that, Beef. Did you get a feeling that you were being not just told, but you got the feeling that you still had more to do? It wasn't your time yet to go?
No.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
No.
Okay, then
All I
take
got,
off.
well, okay, you guys are all talking about coming back and all that stuff and planning your life. I got to tell you, I don't want to come back. I'm good. I just want to go off with these guys and do whatever, right? This sucked.
Hey, well, yeah.
maybe they're looking for a golfing partner or something,
Hey,
Yeah. With a big handicap.
Yeah, right. Huge handicap.
Huge handicap so they can win all the tournaments.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe I'll just.
All right, I'm gonna go. It's like it's too. My bones are starting to stick.
I
to
told
the,
this story before anyway. Beans has heard it. I'll send you the video.
I think we should highlight that when we do an interview for you on your book, right? So you can do a whole segment.
Oh yeah.
And don't forget. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Beef.
I was just gonna say, Michael, have you read his book yet?
No, he doesn't read.
Did he finish it yet?
He doesn't read.
All you gotta do is go to Amazon and do it. And buy it.
He read 10 pages. He said he got the gist of it.
Well, after all, he's got dead nuts. So what can you do?
Basically, these beans, I saw them. They were battling.
I read 10 pages of this. Where did it go?
Last quotes.
Last quotes. That was pretty good, but I started to choke up and tear up, so I decided I'd stop reading it.
Yeah, I do that too when it gets too emotional.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to let you guys go so that you can shut down your excellent broadcast.
Hey, hold on a second. I got to do my.
He wants to do his outro.
My closing.
Thank you from Frank Oliver Beans and the great, magnificent Port Cunningham with today's guest, Beef Willington, and our star of the show, Turkey Tucker, otherwise known as Edward Smith.
I love it. Hey, pop that one, Pork.
Ed, that's gonna stick. You know that. I hope. I mean,
Hey man,
you know what?
my name is Turkey Tucker.
Yeah, if I really had an ego on this, I guess someone could be kind of, wait, what does that really mean? Duh. I don't really care. Just don't call me late for lunch.
right?
Turkey Tucker. Well, that's something you say around Thanksgiving. Didn't you guys just have a Thanksgiving up there in Canada or something?
Yeah, yesterday.
Did you tuck any turkeys?
No, I had like nachos and dip.
Oh,
That's
that's a
nice.
new name.
My wife is not with me. I don't cook like turkey and stuff. And
Hey, Beans, we got a new name for Port Cunningham.
Nachos.
Call him Nacho Cheese.
that is my name, Port Cunningham. I've already got it.
Nacho cheese.
Cheese.
He changed his name on Facebook.
So on behalf of Port Cunningham and the world's handsomest man, Frank Oliver Beans, we would like to we would like to thank our co-host, Beef Wellington, and our knowledgeable, wonderful guest, Turk E. Tucker.
Go.
Stick a fork in us, we're done.
I'm not like everybody else. I'm not like everybody else. I'm not like everybody else. I'm not like everybody else.